Hi, I'm back. Oh wait, this is so weird. Oh, this is so weird. Hi. Oh, the chat is working. Okay, hang on. We might be so back. This is so weird. I have new headphones, and they're like the open ear type of headphones because apparently I've heard that those are better for people who have partial hearing loss or specifically hearing loss more in one ear than the other because it makes me less confused about what's happening around me. It's so weird. I can hear myself talking to a much greater degree than usual when I'm streaming. This is weird. But anyways, hi! You are not in the void. No, you are not. I thought the chat wasn't working, but apparently it is working. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. I also do have ears, this is true, and only one of them really works. This one, oh, my hand tracking's still broken, I forgot. If you're looking straight at me, if you look at your left hand, pick up your left hand and put it forward, the side of me that is that left, your left, that's the side I can hear normally out of. Which is why I have that ear totally exposed, so I can hear the most of the noises. I guess I could have explained better by saying that I don't have hair on that side. Thank you for the bits, I appreciate it. We have a hype train happening, and I'm gonna guess there's probably a reason for that. If I look... Yeah! Diodasi, welcome back for 3 months! Welcome back! I hope you've enjoyed your rotation. And Corey, also, welcome back for 16 months! That's so many. That's a big number. Welcome back. I hope you've enjoyed 16 months of spinning, rotating, character designing, critiquing. I'm sure I do other things too, but I hope you've enjoyed whatever else I was doing also, maybe, potentially. Yeah. But yay! Guys, it was so weird not streaming on Friday, but let me tell you, I absolutely needed to take that day. I felt so bad, but maybe this Friday we will be able to do a gorilla stream? Let me do my housekeeping. We'll keep the house nice and clean, which is actually a thing I did last week also. Housekeeping this week. Not a lot to report, actually. I think the only thing to report is that we currently have an extra credit assignment going on, which is designing me if I was an Utao. If I was a Vocaloid, essentially, because I do have a voice bank that I made. I haven't really released it yet, but I will release it probably once we culminate this extra credit. So if you want to design me an Utao that will be legally canon as a design, go for it. Do it before the second week of September, optimally. Nope, that's the wrong command. You can do it in the extra credit area of the Discord server if you would like. Bam. I think that's actually the only actual housekeeping I have. So let me just tell you what's going on, which is that last week, if you had not heard, I went back to work. I found out a day before I was supposed to go back that I was supposed to go back, which was chaos and insanity. Oh man, there's a lot going on. So classes don't start yet. I'm back before classes start because I'm staff, even though I am teaching this semester. But, oh, there was some drama. Oh my god. There was so much drama last week while I was in. On Thursday especially, there was some drama. Oh boy. And partially because of that, I ended up staying late. Let me tell you, I worked until, I don't think I got home until 7:30 p.m. I think. Don't worry, I got paid overtime. But there was just so much happening, so much nonsense. In a department drama? No, not even in my department. It was, I mean, I don't know how much of this I should say for safety reasons of you guys knowing things, but a very large sector of a part of the support staff for the university got furloughed. Literally during the day, while people who are members of that type of support staff were in the room with me. And one of the people in the room with me, there were 4 of them. One of them was somebody who was furloughed also, which was insane. So all of them essentially went on strike for the rest of the day because they got rid of so much of that group, essentially, that they knew it was gonna make everything impossible, essentially. So they went on strike for the rest of the day and just ended up hanging out in my room with me. They ended up helping me with some things while they were there because they were like, well, we're still getting paid. to be here through the end of the day, but we're not doing any work. You can't make us do work. It's not happening. We're just gonna hang out. And I was like, ah, okay, sure. And the director of my department was also there with us and was also raging about it. So the whole ordeal. Furloughed is like kind of like being laid off. I don't actually know what the difference is, but the word choice that was used was furloughed. I don't particularly know what the difference is. They weren't fired. I think they were let go for a particular reason. We can do a little Google and figure out what the difference is, what that means. Furloughed? No, not a load of fur. Temporary cessation of paid employment. Oh, so it's like they're still working there, but they just don't get hours right now? Furloughed is temporary. Well, they are furloughed through the rest of this, I think it's through the rest of the 2026-2027 school year. So maybe it's temporary, but that's a long time. That's 2 whole semesters that they're not going to work. So we're all pretty mad about it, which is rough. I've only heard it used at universities. Oh, that is like a firing. I think it's like they're trying to ice them out so that they'll leave on their own, maybe? I don't know. Preliminary transportation means laid off for a temporary time. They would be able to come back later. I don't know. Springing that on them is wild. I know, telling them during the day, and also mind you, this is the 3rd back to work day for staff also. So most of them had only come back for 1, 2, this was their 3rd day back. This was their 3rd day back, and they found out that it was going to be their last day back, maybe. Insanity. Strange decisions being made, but oh, I got to hear about it. I got to hear all the inner workings of that department that are not working. I got all the juicy tea. And you know, me, I'm like trying to figure out my inventory, and I'm doing maintenance on a machine. I'm actually doing maintenance on like 4 machines. And they're all in there just like filling me in on the sweet juicy gossip, and I'm like, oh my god. Insanity. Crazy Dio. Also Novelty, welcome back. Or well, thank you for subscribing, actually. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy getting to rotate with all of us. Happy to have ya. I got a little chest, apparently. What did I get here? Did I get a fish? Oh my god, wait, I love this fish. Look at this fish I got. I love him, actually. He's so cute. Little fish. Friend has friends that work at uni. They take furlough every winter break. Oh, interesting. Technically, I don't take furlough when I'm working winter. I still work winter break. I work breaks because I'm staff. I think there probably are some staff that are that way, though. Granted, our winter break isn't very long. It's not like, I know some schools give like a month or something. Ours is not that long, I don't think. But yeah, fish on theme. He's coming to join me in the ocean here. For a gov job, I'd get furloughed because the government ran out of money. Didn't know it could happen outside of government. Got paid though. Some people get paid, some people don't. Some people have to work while their pay is pending till the government unshuts down. This is not a government thing. I don't think that's what it is. And they aren't working during this. They're not being paid and they're not working while this is occurring. So they're essentially, they were all talking about how they're going to apply for unemployment, essentially. Well, not all of them, just the one who was the one who was furloughed out of the group. But apparently that's like what's going to be going on, and their department manager is going to help them apply for unemployment and help them with all that stuff. But crazy Dio. So everyone's world is falling apart around me while I'm in the studio trying to make the studio stop falling apart also. I was so tired when I got home finally that I fell asleep in my chair sitting here. And I woke up and I had an impression of my leap motion in my cheek. And like my desk is only like 3-ish inches wide from like the front of my drawing tablet forward, so I was like barely resting on there. So take care of yourselves. And then Friday was mostly catching up on commissions and consultations that had to be rescheduled because I went back. So again, I appreciate everyone's patience. I was so stressed out last week, but I worked on Friday because Joby wasn't home from the time I woke up until like 10 p.m. Actually, it might have been 11 p.m. I did take a 3-hour break to clean my house, which was good and nice, and I went outside and all of that. But man, it's busy. I had a very productive this morning also. I'm getting back on track, I'm catching up, but that's what's going on in the shroom state. The Squiiji is doing a lot. I'm working hard. So we'll see. So this week, today, Vtuber design critiques for brown palettes. I better not see any, what do they call it? Brown humor, potty jokes, toilet humor, none of it, zero. Ooh. We are mature adults here in the shroom state, and we can resist the urge to be middle schoolers, probably for one day. What about brown noise? Brown noise is fine. That's just like background noise, right? Yeah, Amber, get him. Get him. Yeah! Yeah! We are very mature in the shroom state. Brown nosing's fine, I guess. Those are fine. You can use the word brown in puns. Don't be icky. Don't be gross, okay? Because my fear is that people are gonna see you guys saying jokes like that in the chat and think that you're saying that in relation to their models, and I don't want to see that! I don't want them to see that! Also, I don't want people to be misunderstood. I'm sure with the context, people may understand that it's haha silly funny, but I don't want to take that risk. So that is my line I am drawing here. Yes, mods have been equipped with sniper rifles for the duration of this stream. You don't need to joke. Actually, they have access to interballistic missile systems, and they will get you regardless of where you are. Long distance strike style, watch out. Be good. Don't make us. Anyways, Wednesday, we're gonna do some character redesigning as I've continued to do. I've been really enjoying doing this series, despite the fact that I did struggle with it on Wednesday last week. And I'm actually still trying to figure out what to do about redesigning that character. I think I kind of figured it out, but I'm having clarity issues still, so I just haven't finished. But for this week, Mad Buns had a premonition, is Uma. Uma Mushroom returns! I can't wait to yap about Uma Musume. I'm back in the mines, as they say. I am still in the house, I'm still in the restaurant. I will continue to be for a very long time. Uma Pyoi, ooh, yeah. We're gonna redesign Air Groove because, as somebody who plays the game every day, I mostly like the designs in the game. I feel like abundantly they are very strong. But Air Groove just bugs me to no end. I don't like her color palette. I feel like it's not like dignified enough for the fact that she is both the vice president of the student body council and the empress. It feels really disjointed because it's sort of half and half, left to right. It's not as elegant as it should be. It doesn't really match her personality for me. Oh yeah, we're gonna redo it. We're gonna redo it. We'll run it back. And I know that people may not agree with me. This is more of a, I have a personal vendetta against this particular design. I don't know if vendetta is the word. This design particularly disgruntles me every time I see her in the game. Every time I see her, I'm like, my girl, I've done this to you. So we'll work on that. Oh, and then Friday, maybe something. Unclear. Maybe a gorilla stream. We didn't gorilla stream last week. From here on forward, as we are not officially doing Friday streams during semester, all Fridays have a propensity to have a gorilla stream scheduled on them. You will find out if the gorilla stream is happening day of, in all likelihood, which is why it is a gorilla stream. It is a stream that is not going to be particularly planned in advance. It is a random stream that is not on the schedule and will just be something if I can make it happen. The bear is no longer with us. We've swapped him out for a gorilla. Our gorilla streams or gorilla streams. G-U-E-R-I-L-L-A, but it's funnier to say gorilla as in G-O-R-I-L-L-A. Oh wait, no, I might have spelled it wrong on my... Did I spell it wrong on my schedule? I may have spelled it wrong on my schedule now that I think about it. I may have autopiloted because I like the joke of it being the primate. Whoops. Anyway, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. You get it. Please announce the gorilla early. The gorilla will be announced probably at least 4 hours before the stream would happen, I would imagine. You did spell it as gorilla on the schedule. That's okay. I'm just a little guy. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days. In the wise words of one Hannah Montana, it's gonna be all right. We're animal maxing this week. We've got Umas and then gorillas this week. If only we had animal theming today. This would be a good week for the non-human designs, but alas, false. Are dinosaurs animals? I guess they are. They're just prehistoric animals. There's a dog today. Animals. Lots of animals this week. Oh, so Friday. I'll let you know what's going on. Worst case scenario, an EG wants to stream and doesn't have a lot of energy, I may end up just playing a Moose in my own stream. Who knows? But it was just so weird not streaming. It actually bugged me to no end. The fact that it was saying on my overlay thing that everything was from 5 days ago, I was like, that's crazy. I can't live like this. So something, maybe. We'll see. We'll find out. Maybe we can do something easy also. Maybe we play like Gartic Phone, or we do like a community day if we do something. I'll keep you posted about what's happening. AJ needs that stream enrichment. Yeah, I need enrichment in my enclosure. I need things I enjoy during the week and not just at the end of the week. Or not just at the start of the week also, because I like streaming. It's fun. I enjoy doing it. But yeah, that I think is all of my housekeeping that I have for today, possibly. Yeah, I think that's it. Look at me, I'm so efficient, effective. It's only been 20 minutes. I can get started and it will be great. And we'll get through so many designs today. Wow. Oh wait, I also saw a question earlier. Oh, hang on. We have been raided. Hey, shroommates, can you rotate for the raiders, please? Hi, Alpha, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist, Fungi. I'm also an art educator. And today we're doing VTuber design critiques for designs that have a brown color palette to them. Oh, thank you for stopping by. Thank you, mods, also for getting the shout out. What were you up to? How was your stream? It appears like you may have been chatting and or being dead by the daylight, perhaps? Maybe? Jameson, Valorant, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Also, Nilo, don't sniff the raiders. How many times do I have to tell you? They may take that as an aggressive action. You don't even have a nose. Shroomates don't have noses. I have all of the nose in the shroom state. I'm hashtag different. You're not. Shroomates don't have noses. You guys breathe through your skin, so I don't even know what you're trying to do there. Hi! Sorry. Alpha was working on my new stream overlay this time. Oh, I feel like that overlay thing that tells me what you were doing lies half the time. I feel like it's a 50-50 on whether it is actually what you were doing last stream or not. But hey, y'all hear that? They were working on an overlay. Oh ho ho ho. Oh ho 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 ho. We do something here called Art Tax, where if you would like to share what you were working on stream with us, we would love to snoop and see. If you would like to, of course. You don't have to, don't feel pressured. But we're a little nosy. I was just saying we don't have noses. Dang it, maybe we do have noses? I gotta figure out what the lore is. I gotta figure out what the truth is. Do we or do we not have noses? Are we nosy? But if we're nosy, that makes it possible for us to sniff people. We can be nosy without noses, that's fair. Sure, we'll go with that. But anyways, Alpha, if you'd like to send us what you were working on, you can send a link in some capacity and we'd love to snoop. But if not, that is a-okay also. Do not feel pressured. Who knows? Certainly not me. I do not. I do not knows. Gotta ask Jameson about it. Jameson, is it okay if we see? Is it alright? I mean, I imagine it's already kind of public if you were streaming it, but I understand also. Does that mean we sniff whatever we touch? I don't know if you need to be touching it to smell it. I think you can just like ambiently perceive smell. This is an interesting question that we've asked now, because like if you breathe through your skin, does that mean that your skin has the receptors that your nose have for identifying scent everywhere? Or maybe are they still just localized to your face somewhere? How do animals that breathe through their skin smell things? This is a question. Gave the okay, currently at a call. Ah, I see. Very nice, very nice, very nice. I will keep an eyeball out for a link perhaps then. Oh, but Raiders, if you guys need to do things like eat or drink or snark me, please take care of yourselves. If you'd like to stick around and hang out for the critiques, you are also welcome to do so. No, Moobot! No! Moobot! No, you're good. Moobot doesn't listen to me, which is why they're jostling him now. Jostle him, shake him, put him in his place. Get him. Get him. Thank you, Amber. Oh, it's Canva. I don't have Canva, whatchamacallit, whitelisted. That's what it is. Thank you for sending though. I will take a look-see here. Oh, you've like fully shared the file with me. Oh, it's like moving. Oh, I didn't know you could animate in Canva. Hang on, I may have to figure out a room I can take us to where you can see how this works, but hang on. Come here and look. Come here and look, see. Come on, teleport. There we go, got it. Bop, bop, bop. There we go. Look, it's animated. It said ... It's a GIF. Very cute. The show is starting with some lovely little stars in the background. A nice, like, curtain draw situation happening on a stage. The stage is space. This is cool. Thank you for sharing with us. Starting. Yeah, that's a good bit. Starting. Thank you for sharing with us, Alpha. Shroommates, can you guys say thank you, please? I see you guys clapping already, but please say thank you for the beautiful, delicious, delectable art tags we have here. Thank you. As I said, also, if you need to take care of yourself and your health, please do so. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so, but please prioritize looking after yourself first and foremost. Aha. Oh, spoiler. Hang on, let me put us in a better room for this, and then we will probably actually, for realsies, get started ahead of time. Usually I yap for like an hour. Look at me go. I'm locked in today, even though I told a whole story. How'd that happen? Come on. You got this. Come on. Yes! Look at that! Finally got to see the entirety of my my transition, my stinger, because it usually doesn't work. I don't know why it worked this time. I'll take it. Wahoo! So, what we have here before us is Toothless, who's floating and should probably be behind the chat. Let me move you backwards. Come here. Where's chat? There we go. Pop. There you go. So now we'll be properly behind it. He just lives here now forever. He's just a part of the overlay. He's just in my house and he will not go away and he's just gonna stand there menacingly and not dance. But. We're doing VTuber design critiques today. In order to be as objective and unbiased as possible in our critiques, I have prepared for us a rubric that we use every Monday and sometimes also Wednesdays and sometimes also Fridays. We see this rubric a lot. We're good friends with the rubric. So much so that I had the Shroommates design gajinkas of it. And this week's gajinka, this week's personification of the rubric, otherwise known as Rubric-chan, is by Artfun! This fella is passing judgment and has a lot of pride flags. Because low-key, this whole thing is kind of a pride flag, which I love. But, oh, we've got scales on the arms. We have a broken ladder in the torso. We've got all the colors of the rubric on the eyelids. Is very cute. Thank you, Artfun, for designing this rubric-chan for us. Let's see, I can run us through all of the elements of the rubric. Wait. Why is that still behind Toothless? Toothless should be behind the horizontal chats. Why is Toothless not behind the horizontal chats? Why is Toothless in front of it? Pardon? What? Where's Toothless? Is this Toothless? Oh, that's Toothless. I have two Toothlesses. I have teethless. Plural. I'm missing several teeth, which is true. There we go. Now he's actually behind. There we go. Let's just not abide. Oh, we've been raided again. Wahoo. Hey, Shroommates. I hope you weren't dizzy from rotating. Hi, welcome in, Rennies. How are you? Hi, Rennies Raid. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist, Fungi. I'm also an art educator. And we are doing VTuber design critiques today. We were just getting started with looking through our rubric. Yeah, we just started a little bit ago. We haven't gotten through our intro process here, but it's also because I'm a yapper and I kind of don't shut up, but I'm very locked in today. I'm working hard on it. But hi! How are you guys? What are you guys up to? Thank you, Mods, for getting the shout out also. It looks like you were maybe crafting planets, doing art, maybe drawing and guessing, perhaps? I hope you had fun. I hope it was a good time. If you and your fellas need to do things like eat or drink or snork me, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so, but please look after yourselves first and foremost. I think I said hi to everybody who came in with the previous raid, but fellows, for this raid, hi, Azlaria, perhaps? Gwaine, Big Mama Chunk, and Rinnies, and Marximus, and also Rinnies, again. Played Planet Crafter for 10 hours. Whoa! 10 hours? Oh my gosh. I was gonna ask you if you liked it, but I think the time speaks for itself, perhaps? Unless you were doing, like, some sort of endurance stream as, like, a reward or something? Man, I don't know very much about that game. I know it exists, but hell yeah. I hope you had a good time with it. I say as if I can't tell that maybe you did. Also, hi, Ogre Daddy. Love that game. Very cozy. I am Googling it right now because I think I know what it is, but I'm not actually fully certain. I know what the logo is. Oh, I'm actually thinking of something else. I'm thinking of, oh, what is the game where there's like little green things that you mine? Oh no, this is it. This is the thing, I think. I think this is it. Yeah. But I hope you had a good time. We were locking into read through the rubric here. If you guys would like to hear about the beautiful rubric we use for our VTuber design critiques. So, where was I here? Oh, it's a Planet Terraform game made by a 2 dev team, so the passion really shines through. It looks really cute. They put a lot of hard work into this. I'm always really impressed by, like, small dev teams when I think about just how much work goes into game dev. I say as somebody who has tinkered with a little bit of it and has also been in game jams. It's a lot. It's a lot. But it's really cute. The 3D models look nice. It seems fun. I'm glad you had a good time with it. I'm glad it's very cozy and fun. Oh, wait, maybe that's what I'll do for Friday if I do end up streaming. I did receive a gift of a cozy game. I'm not gonna tell you what it is, but I did receive a gift of a cozy game that we may play if I gorilla stream Friday. We'll see. I wasn't planning to play the game on stream, but like I feel like it fits my vibe maybe a little bit. We'll see. We'll figure it out. We'll see. Secrets. I'll keep them from you, so maybe you'll come on Friday and figure out what the secret is. Hehehe. Anyways. Rubric! I already said that part. In order to get full points on the rubric, that's what I want to say, you need to get 2 in each of the 5 categories we have here before us, which are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal point, and concept and motifs. In order to get full points for color palette, the palette needs to be cohesive and interesting, the contrast needs to work at a distance, and the color placement should support the focal point. You will get no points for color palette if the palette has major instances of low contrast, clashing, or overwhelming choices, or if the hues and values just need to be completely and totally revisited from scratch. Thank you for letting me drop my community off over here. I'm gonna lurk until I pass out and have a great stream today. Thank you! Thank you! Enjoy your lurk! And also enjoy your snark memes from pass out. Please take care of yourself. 10 hours is a long time. Make sure you stretch your legs before you pass out. But thank you. In order to get full points for silhouette, the silhouette needs to be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. There should be strong visual weight, positive versus negative space interplay, and there should be some contrasting shape language present. Think about Miku, think about Sonic. We can identify who these fellows are by their silhouettes alone, and that is one of the true strengths of their designs. You'll get no points you'll get no points for your silhouette if your silhouette is non-distinct, blob-like, exhibits ladder design, or otherwise just needs a ton more definition. To get full points for complexity versus clarity, the level of detail in the design should be appropriate to the proportion style of the model and the type of model that it is. The details should be specific and support both the concept and the focal point, and I should be able to turn you into a cute little marketable plushie without removing all the elements that make you uniquely and identifiably you. You'll get no points, on the other hand, if your design is distractingly complex or too simple to the point of genericness, or if I cannot flushify you. To get full points for focal point, your design's primary focal point should be well executed. That is the eyes, the face, because that is how your viewers will form any kind of relationship with you. They can see you react to things. Then, after they notice that part of your design, they can observe the rest of the design. If the permanent focal point is not at all focal due to low contrast, or being over or under detailed, or just completely outcompeted by their elements, no points. And finally, for concept to get full points. The concept should be clearly, creatively, and thoroughly presented and explored in the design and supported by motifs. Key conceptual aspects like your personality, your interest slash hobby slash occupation, your cultural background, your motifs, your fashion style, etc. should be able to be identified visually. Not necessarily all of them, but a handful of them at least. You will get no points for concept if the concept is visually unclear, underdeveloped, or just non-existent. Wahoo! I can also give up to 3 bonus points. 1 point for a compelling, unique, or otherwise well-executed concept, 1 point for unique, exciting art style, and 1 point if I just put it on the fridge because I like it. I can have a little personal taste as a treat. Just a little bit, just a small amount. But yay! All right, so now we're gonna do our final little stream starty things, and then we are good to go. There's an ad break happening right now, though, so maybe I'll just yap for a second while I wait for that to end, because I'm gonna take roll, and I feel like people would want to know that I'm taking roll and be able to hear themselves if their name is a part of roll. Anyways, hey, another great news out of the end of last week. I had a little bit of a rough and busy last week, but I got new headphones, which I said at the start of the stream. They're really nice, they're comfy, I'm enjoying them. I like that I can hear my surroundings, it's great. So that way I can hear if seagulls start attacking my discarded smoke detector again, with more clarity. Also, I got a new mouse, and I'm using a wireless mouse for the first time in my life. I'm with the future. I've never used a wireless mouse before. This is the first time, it's so weird. It's a little heavier than what I'm used to, but it's not that heavy, and it's one that's super ergonomic. So it's kind of nice. I'm liking it. It's good because I was using a default Microsoft mouse before. So this is working out well. And also, I don't have to deal with my scroll wheel not working properly. My scroll wheel on that other mouse, if I scrolled a little bit, it would just like zoom in and then randomly go backwards a click for some reason and zoom out 1, or like I'd be scrolling down a page and then it would randomly click back 1. It drove me crazy, especially trying to use it in Blender. Is it one of those earless headphones that rest on your shoulder? No, they've got like a little loop thing that like holds them on over my ear. It's not a bone conduction, is it conduction? It's not a bone conduction one. It's just an like external ear headphone. So like if I take it off and hold it away from my head, I can still hear the music like a teeny tiny itty bitty little bit, but it's not that loud. It's not loud enough that anyone else could hear it. I think they're just called outer ear. It doesn't use my bones. No, it does not use my bones. I know there's ones out there that do use your bones. I don't have one of those. Those are too fancy and expensive. This was like 20 bucks, I think. I don't need the greatest audio quality known to mankind. I just need to hear something. Oh, but the final thing I got, which is what I was actually going to yap about real quick, was that I finally got compression socks. Only probably a year overdue, maybe. I was told to get them in like December, and then just like kept forgetting and not getting them, and kept forgetting and not getting them, and then continued to not get them, and then did not get them still, because I got a POTS diagnosis over the winter. Let me tell you, freaking life-changing. Life-changing! Oh my god! Incredible! Why did I wait? It's so nice. I love being able to stand up without blacking out. This is so great. I'm so much more comfortable. It also makes my feet not freezing cold constantly. These are great. I'm loving them. Mine aren't thigh highs. Mine are just knee high. But already the like difference is night and day. I'm living for it. I'm so happy. So I bought only a couple just to test it out to see if it worked for me. And I'm gonna get more. I feel very funny wearing knee-high socks though. Like I definitely won't be wearing these out of the house because it's short season still, but I'm wearing them all day while I'm working. They're nice. If any of you are having like circulatory troubles, just give them a try maybe. They're nice. It's nice. Next thing, EG, try semolina pudding. I can promise you it's yummy. I don't know what that is. I tend to like puddings. I like things that have little bits in them, like rice pudding. Is that what that is? Is it one of those? Maybe? The ones where they have cutouts for your toesies are nice. Oh no, I need my whole foot contained in the sock. I hate feet. If I could just remove them fully from my body and replace them with like wheels or something, I would probably be happy. Yeah, I'd probably be rejoicing. I dislike feet to an extreme degree. Semolina is a type of grain. Yeah, that's why I was asking if it's like rice pudding. Interesting. Intriguing. EG going outside looking like a little Victorian lad going to school. I probably do. Kyobi told me the other day that I looked very masculine doing something. I feel like I do have the capacity to just look like a 16-year-old boy sometimes. Now the insistence that you don't have feet makes sense. Have I never said that before? I feel like I've definitely talked about my hatred for feet before. They disturb me. They revolt me. Or I'm revolted by them. Bad, horrible, gross, no good. Going anywhere in the summer is a challenge, and if we go to like a swimming pool and stuff like that, I will wear flip-flops because it's what's practical, but my eyes do not go any lower than like my head being completely horizontal, lest I witness that which I wish not to. No thanks. Anyways, that was my yap to get through the ad, which went on for longer than I intended for it to because I'd never stop. Anyways, hey, I should take roll now. Who's here for class? If you'd like to check in for a class and have your name read as a part of roll, you can use the 1 point channel point redeem known as here. If you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, you could also say hi or here or something of that capacity if you would like. Anyways, let me scroll back and see who was here earlier. Beginning of the day. Aha! Sanazum was first here. But I see Sanazum and Maggie, Aerith, Bleak, Diodasi, Rusty, Friendly Guy, Chili, Amber, Chocorama, Novelty, Manzana, Corey, Hoshi, Edward, Amoeber. That's a cute name. Mad Buns, Lemia, Zerato, Abu Kitty, Nilo, Zeva, Starless Mage, Luanson, Fern, Jazzy, Dayform, Perona, Rex, March Rabbit. Hi. YouTube roommates. I see Gordy Goo and Lucky Mune, Jeannie Summer. Hello. Welcome in. Lurkers, don't worry. I got you guys marked down as always. I appreciate you being here. And shroommates watching the VOD. Hi. Thank you. Appreciated. Semolina pudding posted. Okay, we can diverge just to look at a semolina pudding just really quick because I'm curious. And also a little hungry. Okay, that looks cute. I like cinnamon. Those look like raspberries or maybe cherries. I could eat that. Why not? Why not? I'm pretty open-minded. I'll eat anything that doesn't contain red meat, more or less. I'm pretty open-minded about food. Or mangoes, but that's only because I would be poisoned. As long as the food won't poison me, I will eat it. Mostly. I'm not too picky. But, critiques. Oh wait, hang on, nope, I forgot. One more thing? Two more things? Two more things. Bingo. First, bingo. There we go. If you'd like to partake in our character design bingo, whoops, that's not what I wanted to pin. Hang on. Sorry. I missed. Hang on, pin. There. There we go. If you'd like to partake in some bingo playing, you can do so at the link there, where we play bingo with the character design tropes that we tend to see appearing frequently in Vtubers. And also, we can do a prediction. Today, I would like to predict... Why don't we predict if EG gets bingo today? We've done the same prediction a couple times in a row now, and I like that one, but... There we go, I spelled prediction wrong. We'll do a different one today. Not for average grade, not... Oh, excuse me, hiccups. Not, how many we will critique, but instead... Will I get bingo? This is a critique. Actually, will EG get through 6 critiques by 6 p.m. EST? Is actually what I'm gonna do, because I actually like that as a concept.
Technically, the title is misleading. It's not Vtuber Design Critique. It's Artisona Design Critique, cause none of them have a channel. Oh,
some of them are just undebuted yet. Some of them are pre-debut. I don't know if they technically are Artisonas, but maybe they are. They could be. It's possible. That could be true. I know some of the ones we have here are VTubers, or they plan to be VTubers. They just haven't debuted yet. They haven't made VTuber content quite yet. If they... sure. Thank you, Gary. Gary's trying to get me on technicalities here today. There we go. Start the poll. YouTube said there's something new. I don't know what a goal is. I'm not going to do that. Also, wait, hang on. one more tangent, if you'll permit me, if you'll allow me. One more. YouTube automatically opted me into vertical streaming, and I keep turning it off, and I can't figure out how to make it stay off. It is automatically trying to make my thing vertical, and it's just like auto like fitting it for it, and I don't know why. Every time I try and start a stream, it has it toggled on. So one of these days I'm gonna screw up and forget, and it's gonna stay toggled. I'm not against vertical streaming, but like my layout is just not for it, essentially. Like if I knew how to composite something in, like if they had a tool that let me like arrange where I am on the screen a little bit, so it could be like, oh, a little teeny tiny thing of me in my head, and then bigger thing of like what the screen is showing, that'd be fine. I'd be like, okay, whatever, we can vertical stream. That's great. Is it too... Is it two chats? Hopefully not. What is the VOD? I don't know. Twitch also wants people to start vertical streaming? I don't know why. Peculiar. How strange. I saw the existence of a vertical stream the other day and it was evil. They've been around for a while. I don't know. Why vertical just flipped the phone to be horizontal? I think it's just because it puts it somewhere else. So like if you're swiping through shorts, the stream can come up. Apparently they're pushing it for discoverability things. I don't know. I'm fine with it. I don't care that it exists, but I would have to figure out what in the world to do to make that work, because I cannot encode an entirely second stream to send out for vertical. My computer cannot handle that. Even when I upgrade my CPU, I really still don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to work. Also, just a thing because there have been questions about it. I got a DM about it and an email about it, which I thought was really funny. I did see that Bilibili is coming to like international markets now. That's cool and fun. However, I think that is another site that I would not do particularly well on. I think just me existing is too political to be safe on that. I think I would get taken down very quickly. I do not hold my tongue as much as I try to be not political, but I feel like just being an asexual, non-binary mushroom who is anti-AI and anti-Clementine men and things like that, it would not do me well there. You can't be political there at all. And yes, Bilibili is like super, super pro-AI, so that's the other reason why I would not be on there. So I wish anybody who is foraying into that realm good luck. I know that it is impossible to avoid AI pretty much at this point, and it's definitely a losing battle, but I'm good. I'm okay. Clementine men, they call him the Orange sometimes. I don't like that one. I don't like that fella. I'm avoiding saying his name because I don't want his name to be something in the metadata that makes this video appear in any way related to that. You're good. Vertical streams don't start new streams, it just formats them differently so you can find them differently while keeping horizontal as well. Interesting. Okay. But yeah, I just wanted to address that briefly. I know that there's a lot of talk about trying to find other platforms to go to since Twitch and YouTube have been a little bit upsetting in the recent days. Bilibili ain't it. Not at least for me, unfortunately. I wish anybody who's going on over there good luck. I hope you find what you're looking for, but it's just not the right one for me, unfortunately. What can you do? Also, hi Selma, and Seasonal Sid, and Kit. Hello! Hi! Yeah! Avoid Bilibili because their internet and politics cancel culture is very different. Yes, I think that I would get destroyed on there probably immediately. I think I would say a lot of things that they may find unfavorable. So, I am going to keep myself safe from getting eaten, both on Kick and anywhere else. And in that spirit, Vtuber design critiques now! Wahoo! May I ask, what kind of non-binary do you identify with? Recently learned that non-binary is an umbrella term. Don't understand the different identities. I identify as non-binary, the non-binary kind. I didn't know there were different kinds. I know that, for me at least, I've heard that non-binary is a subsection of being transgender because you are not the gender you were assigned at birth. You are not... Oh wait, I know what you mean. Never mind. I know what you mean. For some people, being non-binary is being, like, androgynous. For some people, being non-binary is having no gender at all. Like, there's a variety to it. Yeah, agender. Yes, I know what you mean. I see what you mean. I'm the kind where my pronoun is whatever is something that makes the most sense for the bit, and I prefer to be mostly androgynous if I can. That's about it. I subscribe to the Rin Penrose model of pronoun usage. Mostly they, them, but if he or she is what is necessary for the bit, it's fine. I won't be mad. Anyways, I know you asked EG, agender non-binary. Identify as nothing. Ah, nothing at all. Interesting, intriguing. Yeah. Anyways, we should get started. If I keep answering questions, I will never succeed at being done all the designs by 6 p.m. Are you asking me questions on purpose? Are you asking me questions because you are somebody who put a lot of cash money spores into the Yee-Naw? I'm on to you. I'm watching you, Wazowski. Always watching. I also didn't get a bingo card for myself, which is not great. Please, can I have a bingo card? No, please, I want a bingo card. I want a bingo card so bad. Please, please give me a bingo card. Thank you. There we go. Okay. Nice. Close that. Also, there's like 8,000 things at the top of my stream right now. I don't care about Pokemon drops. That has nothing to do with what we're doing right now. How do I make that go away forever? I can see like 2 inches of the chat right now because it's like pinned. I've got the bingo tropes, bingo, and also prediction, and also it wants to tell me about Pokemon, and also it's giving me a warning about ads coming up. There's too much happening on my screen. Why? Okay. Lock in, EG. This is Salaxos, who uses she/her pronouns, and can be found at Salaxos. This is a tan Acrocanthosaurus Vtuber, who was brought back from extinction. She's inspired by that dinosaur, as well as my love for them. The color palette is supposed to be fossil-like, a lot of browns and oranges, but I decided to add some blues too for contrast. The design I'm sending is the first concepts of her clothing, and main base, skin color, hair. Noted. First of all, I like that you didn't go super completely humanoid with this. I love that you've gone for a super big, exaggerated tail, reptile or dinosaur-like feet, and hands. They all benefit your silhouette, and it helps me to determine that you are a lizard very quickly. Maybe even a big lizard. Ammonite belt buckle. Yeah, there's a lot of like things to note through these designs, and I think that there's some elements in each of these outfits that would be worth maybe combining or having together, which is why I have all of them here. Usually we critique just one design, but I'm looking at several of them to sort of pull the aspects that I think are maybe the most effective. I really like the silhouette of this big, giant, oversized shirt. I know you're in a T-pose right now, but when the arms go down, it's gonna hang off the shoulders, sort of lopsided on one side, and that'll be a nice moment for silhouette. It'll add some asymmetry. If you can't guess from my shirt that's kind of not being worn perfectly straight right now, I like a little bit of clothing that's worn asymmetrically. It helps the design to feel loose and maybe not so, stiff, you know? So I think that's working well. Usually, I don't know if I'm a huge fan of being super on the nose with graphics, but in this case, I like it. I feel like the skull works pretty well and does essentially convey your design to us all at once in one place. Not against that. Nice graphic tee. The power of it cannot be understated sometimes. You've got a nice bone necklace. You've got some like almost bone spine or like rib like earrings in, which are also great for your silhouette. You've got some horns wrapping around the top of your head, which are interesting. The asymmetry of your hair with this giant ahoge is great. The exaggeration is really nice. I do think that there are things to love about all of these versions also. This thing, I don't know if it makes sense to me. It feels a little bit idol-like for the rest of the design, and I'm losing against your leg. But I do think it works maybe a little bit better than just having a strip that has the name of the dinosaur on it. I don't know if we need text in the design quite so much. The Ammonite belt buckle, I think, is a nice hint to fossils, because for the fact that you are someone that was revived from a fossil, we aren't really seeing many fossils otherwise. So this belt on this design might be a nice moment also. The bandages. Yeah, the bandages may be here to represent the fact that you were revived, which is interesting. Text in the design is very classically tech wear, which I like. That's fair. Maybe it works for you. I tend to find text in like VTuber designs and things like that kind of distracting. the human mind wants to read, so sometimes we end up distracted trying to read what a shirt says or a strip of fabric or something says instead of looking at the face. I know this happens particularly for me with like band logos on VTubers clothing. If they're wearing, like sometimes they'll have like fake band logos and things like that. If it's text that's legible, it can be distracting, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't know if it's too bad. I love that it's like the same as human wearing a human skull. It is, it's kind of metal that way. Maybe a little bit ever so slightly goth or edgy in that way, which works. I do think that something that's gonna be important for this design as far as color goes is gonna be clarity. The fact that you're trying to work with a very monochromatic palette is admirable. It does make sense for the design. You know, you are referencing the dirt, the ground, the rocks, the fossils. But at the same time, it does give us a very narrow range of hue, and that does eliminate one element we can use in our toolkit for clarity. If I go like this and remove all of your saturation, we'll notice that the bulk of these designs are one value. Your hair is a bit darker, but like your arms, your pants, the flesh of your stomach, other than like the very center of your stomach, your pants, your tail, here, your shorts, your jacket, your skin, your shirt, they're all sharing a value more or less, which doesn't work super well for clarity's sake. It makes elements sort of merge together at a distance. Like here, I lose your tail against your legs. Here, I'm losing your jacket against your hair and your shirt and your shorts. Here, I'm losing your legs against the background, but that's more the background's fault than anything else. I try to bring in more of the orange or the blue of the tail. Maybe I was just going to suggest that we may want to just push some values darker and lighter even more. Like, I imagine that the color of the tail and the skin is probably inspired by what scientists imagine this particular dinosaur looked like. I know that we have a way of determining like pigment from certain fossils if like feathers were left over. I don't quite know if that's the case for other dinosaurs. I'm not a paleontologist, but we might just want to darken and lighten some things. So like, I feel like pants are always an area that's a good opportunity or a good area for darkening, because if we darken them, then we have something in the design called bottom weighting, which is where the lower part of the design is darker and therefore feels like it is sort of pushed further back in space. It makes designs feel less like they're like leaning off the page at us sometimes, especially when this is done like physically for artwork. Let me just try and push this back. I'm gonna grab all of this for my clipping mask that I'm making, and then I'll see if that works. Layer, new correction, layer, level correction. Let's see, can I just crush that down a little bit? I might have to remove saturation from it, because now it's getting more saturated, but I think that is reading a little clearer, except where your feet are, so you may want to bring like a band of this back down here around your ankles. Although this is the exact same color as the bottom of your foot is, so I'm having new and interesting challenges here. Maybe this needs to be this color so we can tell by color difference that those are separate areas. Or alternatively, instead of doing that, we could just make the band at the bottom of your pants this color. So that way your feet can be consistently colored with your tail and your skin also. Ammonite makes sense from a lore perspective. It existed at the same time as their species is from the early Cretaceous. Okay, cool. Some of the speculation for their skin color is based on the habitat. Ah, maybe that could be, yeah. Okay, especially if it's an animal that maybe wants to be disguised. Here's a question. I'm gonna guess that this animal is, or this dinosaur is a predator, probably, because there are some sharp shapes in the design. I feel like if this was a dinosaur that was a herbivore, or was the type of dinosaur that is more often prey, we wouldn't see as many sharp shapes in the design. The feet wouldn't have as sharp of claws on it, maybe. So I'm wondering if the brown colors are camouflage for hunting, maybe. Interesting. What if the bottom of the foot is that blue color? Maybe that would work better, because I'm still not sold on my whole solution for the cuff of the pants here. I still feel like things are sort of getting confused still. Might be too much blue unless we bring the blue somewhere else. I do enjoy the sort of minimal way you're working with the blue in the design. Having it in the eyeshadow and in the hair highlights does work somewhat nicely. I feel like I'm trying to think of where else I might put it here. Like, if you aren't against it, your design already has some elements that feel particularly 2000s emo to me. You could just have like more distinctly actually purple elements in the design, where like maybe your hair is dip dyed at the end. It looks like those pieces are sitting behind you, but maybe they could sit in front of you if they're like longer pieces, because then we have a larger moment of blue higher up in the design. Punk emo, maybe? I know that techwear is inherently partially inspired by some emo elements, but this is going to help us to look at the face more quickly too, I think. The stomach could also maybe be less bright. Maybe the stomach needs to be this color, because I think that's the other distracting element. The skin of your face being brighter than anything else in the design does help to make your head focal for the most part. So if we remove that element, now your head is more focal. Could be feathers, maybe. Oh, yeah, a lot of dinosaurs were feathered, weren't they? Maybe. The other thing I'm thinking about with this design is finding other ways to add bones to it. Recently, I've been particularly a fan of using like spine-like chains for belts or things like that, especially after I did a redesign for, was that Acheron? I think it was Acheron, who had bones. And I just saw, I just saw, oh no, oh no. Oh no. Oh no. I saw a VTuber who has like spines running down, not spines not as in like sharp bits, but like spines as in like bone spines running down his arms because he's a dinosaur. Oh my god. I know who it is and it's gonna come back to me at some point. But anyways, there could be some clever ways of bringing more bones into the design, because the only bones actually in the design are a little bit in your hair, maybe a little bit on your neck, and that's only in one version. No direct evidence of species or feathers for this species. Add a cool seal wearing a hat, trust me, adds aura. I believe you, but at the same time, I will not be doing that. Need a bug in amber or amber accents. Ooh, wait! That could be a good element for like jewelry. If you had some sort of like bug trapped in amber, like type of pendant here. Amber's trapping people. You heard it here, folks. She is a villain, after all. But that might be a good idea for some sort of repeating element. Most notable feature of the Acrocanthosaurus was its row of tail neutral spines, or neural spines, located on the vertebrae of its neck, back, hips, upper tail, which could be more than 2.5 times the height of the vertebrae from which they extended. Whoa. Hang on, let me look at this fella. I should look at what this dinosaur looks like. I appreciate Rex looking at this dinosaur, and I imagine some of you are also looking at this dinosaur, but I need to look at this dinosaur. Ribs on the outside as a feather? Oh, as a feature is one of my favorite things. That can be fun and cool. Oh, these guys are interesting. Talking about spines? Oh, some of these depictions don't have them, but the spines, it seems like there's a lot of different artist renditions of what they were. Some people seem to think it's just like a crest, maybe like a crested gecko would have. For some people, they draw them as like more individual spikes running down the back like that. There's a lot of variety, it seems like, in renderings, but here's some bones if you want to see some bones. The spines seem to be very round at the top. They're squared off, which is interesting. Thank you for beverage. I will take a sip, though. Oh, I feel like this might be not techwear enough, but a part of me is wondering if there could be a way that you had some, like, tattered bits hanging off of your arms or something in a way that would be similar to those spines. What if the tail has some parts that are still bone? Maybe that could be interesting. Like, there's a part of me that's thinking about, like, oh, what if the belts were not a belt? Because this is just a belt. This is the first belt that I think of when I think of a thing that is called a belt. What if the belt, instead of just being a belt, was your belt? What if it was a very specific belt that is particular to you, and you being a dinosaur, maybe? Do I have a fossil? I think it'd be more accurate for the ridge version. Okay. But you could have something that's like spine-like. Spine segments look kind of like this. That connects into your element that you're wearing here. I'm just loosely drawing something that's kind of like a spine. Coming through that area. So now this is a more specific accessory. It has interesting shape for the fact that it's moving diagonally across your body also. I feel like these elements down here are supposed to be representative of maybe like a footprint. And I feel like that could be a cute thing if like maybe your buttons or something were that like kind of like goofy, cutesy little drawing of a footprint that you see sometimes for dinosaurs where they're just like sharp and almost kind of duck-like, you know? People have chains hanging off their pants. What if they have a bone chain? Sure. Could have anything like that. Any element that could be similar to that would probably work. But I do think that some of the elements could be further customized for you. Oh, you know what might also be a good way of representing the spine? I know we're only seeing the front of you, and VTubing, we tend to only see the front of you also. But, what if your hair in the back was still like kind of super narrow, but it had just like some really big spikes on like one side or something? Like if we were to see you from like a side view, the back of your hair is going like this and has some like really big chunks to it, almost like a long mohawk down your back. Because then that could represent the spikes also in an interesting way. And like if I'm drawing you from the front, we'd probably only see it from one side. This is weird. Usually I don't tell people to have longer hair, but in this case, I'm telling you to have longer hair. I'm usually giving haircuts and removing hair, but you are today's lucky winner. I've been doing more unexpected things lately. I've been shrinking accessories at an alarming rate. And now I'm adding hair? Who am I? You're gonna find out in like 6 months that I was replaced by an imposter or something. Like a mullet? Maybe. Kind of a mullet. We'd have to do something about clarity here, but honestly, in rendering, that could be as simple as just having a lighter highlight here, or the hair on the back of the body can just have like a lighter gradient on it, where it goes behind, almost like we're getting some like atmospheric perspective thing happening, you know? Turn that off, there we go. So like something of that nature could work somewhat nicely to reference those spikes. New bingo squares might drop, maybe. Who knows? I'm never doing things that are very expected. From EG's long hair period, yeah. My hair's never getting longer. My hair doesn't grow. It's this size forever, and I just keep losing more and more and more of it. More blue-tipped hair. If we add blue too far away from the face, that might get distracting. But it could maybe be like subtly blue-tipped a little bit, which could also help with clarity. It's also distributing more cool colors throughout the design, which might be nice for color balance also. Maybe. And also the hair being longer and spikier down here feels messier, which I think goes well with the way that this character currently reads as being a little bit chaotic, maybe a little bit intense. So, you know, we've got sharp eyes, a little bit of like a crooked grin. I feel like the long, shaggy hair fits it. Hey! Forever bald. I'll never get my hair back, not at this rate. No. This is the warm welcome I get after not streaming on Fridays. I get my hair ripped from my skull after I just told you my hair never grows back. Cruel, evil, mean, unkind, unusual. At least I have 4 ears, the better to hear you with. I love the purple accents. I do like the blue. I think that this is a lovely color palette, other than maybe a couple little clarity tweaks that need to be made. Honestly, there's a part of me that almost feels like making this shirt have a cool undertone instead of a warm undertone might be enough to solve the last couple clarity concerns I have. That may be overcomplicating or overdoing the amount of cool colors in the design, but we do often still see rocks as being depicted with a cool undertone to them, depending on what their composition is. So I don't think it'd be unheard of to have like a blue-gray color. And honestly, it doesn't even need to be that strong. Like I could make it like that type of blue-gray. And I think that has a little better clarity. And then I could put this color maybe in like one or two other places, because why not? And I think that's reading a little better. Maybe it could gradient too. Maybe it's like the shirt has been like worn over time, and then it's like browner in some parts and grayer in some parts, so it's not all one solid color. Because I feel like I did lose too much of the brown having done that. It makes the shirt pop more. But maybe we can be a little subtle about it. Maybe just the edges of the shirt are that like bluer undertone. Ha 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 ha. The feet has some blue. Would the palm of the hand be blue too? Maybe we made just like a ridge along the side of the foot blue for clarity's sake, but maybe there could be more blue on the hands. The nails being blue I feel like might be enough. We don't want to overdo it with the blue. I feel like the feet are already maybe just a little too much blue. I may need to gradate something onto them so that they're not quite so intense. There we go. If I go like this, and airbrush. Nope. Hang on, nice try. There we go. Airbrush a little brown on them so that they're not quite so intense. I think that works a little better. So in their arm, but it's almost the same color as the arm. Oh, that is true. They have like some sort of like leather wrapping or something on their arm, which probably just needs to be a different color. I don't know if I want it to be this color, although it might read as bandages and then end up working similarly to the way that the bandages are working on one of the other versions of the design. But I do think that the leather is just too similar to the skin color. Alternatively, it could maybe work. Nope, not that color. I wanted this one. Nice try. As this color instead of that really bright one. If you still want it to be something made of leather. But that just stands out a little bit more clearly from your flesh. I heard glue instead. No glue happening. Zero. None glue. I love me some good PVA glue, but we are not doing that right now. There we go. Okay. So, clarity, I think, has been mostly solved there. I think we've added a couple elements that benefit the concept, perhaps? Did we touch about silhouette kind of briefly? I'm gonna start grading and figure out what I haven't talked about yet. So, you know, multiply layer. Bam. Man, these compression socks are great. I can sit with my legs up, because I always do this. I sit with my like knees to my chest while I stream. I don't know if I've discussed this. My knee rests against my table usually, and I don't shrimp. I sit with my back very straight. I just like having my legs up, because it was always just better for my heart rate a little bit if I'm more condensed as a person. I've always been this way. My teachers used to yell at me at school because I'd always have my like feet up on the chair with me, or like I'd sit crisscross applesauce in my chair, which I do also do while I'm streaming, but my feet would always fall asleep while I'd be doing that, and now they're not. This is so great. I'm living for compression socks. Revolutionary. So, color palette. Be careful. The color choices themselves I think are fine. I do enjoy the combination of warm and cool colors. They make each other more interesting, and I would say it is an enjoyable color palette. Just be very careful about your values. We're having a lot of elements sort of crushed together. For silhouette, I think the silhouette of each of these outfits is pretty decent. I think that the stronger silhouettes are probably this one and this one, because your jacket is covering a lot of the smaller elements that would be good for silhouette in this version. These two little straps that stick out the bottom of this jacket work pretty well. If this was a cropped jacket, it might be better for silhouette. But these pants, I think, add more to silhouette than the other version's legs do. And this shirt being asymmetrical and off the shoulder on one side, I think is more effective than these are. So if you want to go with one of the jackets, I feel like you should go for like an off-the-shoulder jacket, or maybe whatever shirt's being worn underneath is asymmetrically off the shoulder, so we get a little bit of like the pull across the front where we can see, not necessarily your chest, but something. Just a little more asymmetry in these ones would be nice, especially this one. I think the only asymmetrical elements in this version are the spikes and the placement of this print. This one is more abundantly asymmetrical. It's got some really good zigzagging movement happening in it. And this is therefore the one that I think you should go with if I'm having to make a pick. I'm gonna do a ladder test real quick. I'm gonna remove everything that I've done here. Did I just make that layer? I didn't. There we go. Ladder check. No one even had to remind me. I didn't even grade the silhouette yet. Look at that. I'm so locked in today. Maybe taking Friday off was good for me. God, I hate resting. What is that noise? Oh, fan in the bathroom's on. And I couldn't figure out what it was. That thing's over there. That's diagonal. That's horizontal. That's diagonal. I imagine if this was being worn with the arms down, this would also be a diagonal. The sleeves would probably sit somewhere around here. Honestly, the print probably needs some lines. If you're wondering what I'm doing right now, also, this is a method we use to determine if there is an interesting division of space in a character's design, because humans are very vertical. And as a result of that, I feel like I should draw those ones at an angle. As a result of that, if you divide the space in a design too evenly, a design can feel very stagnant. So right now we're checking to make sure the design isn't stagnant. You want a ladder that is as unclimbable as physically possible, and I think this checks the box. Look at all these diagonal movements. This zigzagging motion that goes up the body, right to left to right to left, really helps to move the eye up the design as well. Effectively handled. Thanks for explains ladder square. It's almost like I needed it for mine also. That's not why I explained it. I like to explain it, hopefully, the first time we look at a design every stream, but I do forget sometimes. I'm definitely not just doing it because it's on my bingo. I promise, I swear, you have to believe me. Please. Please, please believe me. Please, please. I would never lie to you. Never. So that works fine. Silhouette here I think is all right. I do think adding the element to the hair that I'd suggested will be better for silhouette also. If this was made out of bones or you had other chains made out of bones, that would also be good for silhouette. But your earrings, your ahoge, your hair accessories are all doing great things. I think you'd be at least somewhat recognizable. I'm gonna probably push it to be a little more recognizable, but I think you're nearly mostly there. Extra credit idea, design a character based on a pre-made ladder. Ooh, I like that idea, Rex. I'm gonna write that down. Hang on, let me get my Google Drive thing open that I use for tracking my projects. I realized recently that it'd probably be easier to track these projects using like Trello or something, but I'm just so attached to doing this. I am so attached to using Excel spreadsheets for keeping track of things. You can take the MFA, you can take me out of the MFA program, but you cannot take me out of managing a studio. It's not possible. Yeah, here, I'll add this in. Character design. I spelled that with an X for some reason. What? From existing ladder. Ho 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 ho. Interesting. Intriguing. Ooh. Bone hair. Bone hair? You could put bones in the hair. Honestly, putting more bones in the design in general is something I would not be at all against. I do think this ammonite should come over here also. Come here. Yep. I will tell you, something that was really fun about visiting my grandparents always as a kid was that they lived somewhere where there was a lot of, I think it was shale when I was a kid. So my sister and I used to go out into their really big giant yard and we would hunt for just like little things. We would hunt to see if we could find fossils. We'd like break all the stones open that they had, because when they had their house built, there was just like a lot of stone debris that ended up all over the place everywhere. Whoa. Whoops. And we did find some cool things. We found mostly impressions of plants, but we did find some petrified wood. We found what we thought were probably petrified droppings. We found some petrified prints, and I think the coolest thing that we found while we were there was we found a actual fossil that was a partial fossil for some sort of small mammalian thing. It was not the entirety of it, but it was like we found like the top part of a bone in it. Shroom Mom did some identification on it and figured out what it was with Fungi Father, because Fungi Father's a geologist and Shroom Mom's a biologist, but it was like the connecty bits in the elbow-ish area, which was really cool. Nothing worth giving to a museum by any means, but we were very excited about that. Yeah. Just realized, does this count as an overcomplicated design? No. No. I would not count this as an overcomplicated design. I think there are some details that are maybe not completely necessary, like the sheer number of pockets is maybe a little over the top, but I would not call this over-designed or overcomplicated. I think this is still mostly fine as far as level of detail goes. Tendons? No, it was like the bones. You know how something, like you got your kneecap. I don't know what your elbow is called. Because like there's like a separated bone you can have in like the elbow. Maybe it was a kneecap. But it was like two little bones that sat with each other, and then like the beginning of the bone that was under it, and like there was a gap where the fossil had definitely been broken, where there should have been something above it. Yeah. Is that a body harness peeking through on the second one? You guys are trying real hard for your bingos. On this one, I think this is just a belt attached to the shirt. I don't know if I'd call that a body harness. Not quite. Nice try. For complexity versus clarity, I think the level of detail is totally fine. I'm not worried about it. I think you could make some of the details a little more specific. Specifically, the belts. For the focal point, I think you're doing some things that help with focal point. But I think that your stomach was stealing the focus a little bit, as was the amount of blue in your design outside of your face. So like you may want to push the blues at the tip of your tail back a little bit, make them maybe a little bit more purpley, a little less saturated, like I did around your ankles, so that they're just not quite so bold. Like that, maybe. And then add maybe a little more contrast around your head, remove the white belly, and I think you'll be golden as far as focal point goes. So for that, I think I'll give you like here. And then concept and motifs. I can tell you're a dinosaur. Your shirt tells me that immediately, effectively, as do your limbs. But I think there's probably a couple little ways we could push that further. Mostly through the inclusion of more bone-like motifs. I like what you're doing with the ammonite here. More of that. More of that. Just a little bit more of that. E.g. the bonologist. That sounds strange. That's not my specialty. I'm not even a mycologist. I'm a seriographologist. I study screen printing, but I hate people who call screen printing seriography. Get off your freaking high horse. Just call it screen printing. People only call it that when they want to sound prestigious and don't want to admit that they're doing screen printing. Get off your high horse. If you're French, I give you a pass because that's the French word. But otherwise, I see you, I know what you're doing, don't be like that. Screen printing's cool and fun. Screen printology, yes. Yes. Anyways, you get a bonus point because I thought your design was fun. I really enjoy your ahoge. I'm a huge fan of giant exaggerated ahoges, and you have it. Your color palette, also blending the warm and cool colors, spoke to me. Yes. That word is what you put on a CV. I don't even put seriography on a CV because most people who are trying to hire me through these processes are not printmakers. Even if I'm applying for a teaching position as a printmaker, the hiring staff are not printmakers and they're not gonna know what that means. I gotta speak in layman's terms. I can make myself sound fancy later, but I don't need that. Anyways, our grade here is 3, 4, 5, 7.5 out of 10? I feel so sad because this design is so cool. 7.5 out of 10 is a very respectable grade, but it's just one of those things where like some of the little bits are adding up. 7.5 out of 10, well above average. Hell Hell yeah. I'm excited to see how this design develops. Thank you for submitting your design, and thank you, Shroommates, for your helpful suggestions. Wah, 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 wah. Round of applause. Get off your high Uma. Your high Uma may imply other things. Who is this again? This is Salaxos. Sorry, it was off the edge of the screen for most of the time we were looking at the design, but that is the struggle with width from time to time. But thank you, Salaxos. Good work. Next, we have more bones. Crazy Dio. Somehow we ended up with a theme, at least for the first two. I think the bones theme goes away after the first two. But I did think that it was funny it happened twice today. This is Aerith, who uses pronouns she/her and can be found at Aerith Morty. This is a demon adventurer that encounters death a bit too often. 90% of the reason why I put this design in the goes on fridge was because of this ribbon that looks like a pelvis. Mwah, chef's kiss. Incredible. That's so smart. I've never seen a bow used that way before, and I was like, I have to reward you aptly for this being a part of the design. Bam. We're starting right there. Clever. So smart. So, oh, also, secondarily, the tears in the shirt feeling both like cobwebs and almost like ribs. Chef kiss times 2. You can't see me doing the gesture, but inspired, bespoke, incredible. Second brown design with bones. Yeah, the trend's gonna end after this, but this is a combo, at least for now. So, for this fella, your design is very monochromatic, similar to the last one, and I think that you would also benefit from having a secondary color undertone here. The other one is making me think blue might be nice, but you know, there's other colors that pair well with sort of like orangey browns. Sometimes pinks work nicely, sometimes greens can work nicely, purples can work really nicely also. Even if some elements just shifted a little bit more yellow, that could also work. But I do think that you need a secondary color undertone here, because you feel like you have the color palette of a lower rarity gacha game character, because unfortunately for me at least, that is where I see this type of color palette most frequently, especially when it's browns and all neutrals. So something as subtle as just making this have a blue undertone. Normal color. Nope, not saturation, color. And bear with me for 1 second. Would probably do a lot to add some depth. And it doesn't have to be super dark, but just a little bit. Oh, I heard a door open and I thought it was Joby coming in. It is not Joby coming in. Joby is not entering this room. There we go. We're safe for now. We've not been jubbed. Silver or pink or yellow is what I'd test. Yeah, pink might be good too. Pink might also be good. Yeah, false alarm. It's okay. Me cover this just a little bit with that. And honestly, again, I don't know if it needs to be that strong. I just want to see it with a slightly different undertone than other elements. So like I might go for this for the leg also. I don't know how this cutout works. This looks like a cutout to me. Like we're seeing skin, but that might be white and this is a skull. If it's not, I don't know how this works because this would just be like stickered onto the leg. But I will suspend my disbelief for funsies because why not? Red might be cool because of death and blood. True, fair, also. There we go, I'd leave that brown, but then like this could have a little bit of blue on it too. Just a little. But I think that's adding maybe a little bit more visual interest for us. I'm gonna move out of color just for 1 second. I do think that there might just be a little too much detail in the spiderwebby stuff happening here. You can stick to larger shapes and we'll still probably understand what it is. It's just there's maybe too many small gaps in it that makes it overwhelming to look at. It makes it very focal also because it's more detailed than anything else in the design is. Whoops. So just by removing a few of them, it's already going to read just a little bit clearer. Maybe also as ribs, but also it's just not as overwhelming to us. Finer webs means more work during rigging. Ah, maybe. But do you see how that's less overwhelming? It still reads clearly as spiderweb-like, it still reads clearly as ribcage-like. It's just not as intense. Perhaps. So I think that works a little bit better. For color, The other reason why I think that you need to have another color in your palette is because your hair color and the brown for the trim of your jacket are kind of the same, to the degree that I couldn't even tell what these things were. This is your hair, which I think is wrapped around something or has something wrapped around it, and then is like tassels that hang over your stomach. I'm losing all of those elements there against each other. So first, if I do continue with my like blue undertone, hang on, blue undertone, this would benefit from also having the blue undertone to it. If you push these dark blocks out past the edge of the hair a little bit more, I think it'd be clearer that this is something that's wrapping around the hair, maybe? At least for me. And they probably need to either be darker or lighter than what is behind them. So like this is sort of dark, this could be darker. Honestly, it could be darker all the way down. And then like these parts could also just be darker in general. Oh wait, no, because this in here is darker. It's gonna have to be lighter. Maybe I just outline the bottom of them with this color or something. If the skin is in the skull, there could be a line of thread that creates an angry brow shape, but I think that's a print on the sock. Okay, it might be. That'll get us into a part of the other clarity critique here. So, these hair elements dangling are getting pretty lost. As a result, I think it would benefit you to change the color of this trim or change the color of your hair. If we are going to add another color to this palette, I might just say that adding like a red gradient to your hair a little bit, as people were saying to maybe reference blood, could be beneficial, because then we could use that red color for the hair where it's overlapping your collar down here. And you already have like a couple of like interesting streaks in your hair that are dark and white. So what's a couple more that are just maybe like red in their undertone instead of orange? And we don't need to go too crazy with it, especially the further down your body we get, because we don't want it to take away from your face too much. But at least where your hair is overlapping with your jacket, this helps it to read more clearly as being two separate objects. We may also just want to push your hair that's behind your body darker or lighter so we can see it against this more clearly. I think this design in general would just benefit from drop shadows. It doesn't really have any drop shadows right now, so maybe even like a cool undertoned drop shadow would be nice. There we go. So then we're getting a little bit more of that variety. We can section out the hair a little bit more clearly so that it gets a little bit more volume. Sort of through here. Behind the head, it's working because it's already lighter, maybe a little bit. But if it's bluer, that will probably also help with clarity too. Ooh, that's making this area almost purple. Mmm, delicious. Another color in the palette, because why not? Ha 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 ha. Wait, I might leave that one light because it's against something dark. Whoops. Push this darker where it's behind the body. Could do the opposite, just make everything lighter. But I think we just need something for clarity. Oh, and then I'd push the inside of this to be a little bit darker, maybe. Hang on, wait. If I darken this and then light in that might work a little better. There we go. Sometimes you just have to push and pull your values in different places until clarity has been achieved. And sometimes, hear me out, you can cheat. You don't have to follow the way things would actually be shaded. Sometimes just a little bit as a treat, if it's adding clarity. So like, even though this element is behind the body and therefore maybe receiving a shadow cast by the body, if we make it lighter, sometimes that makes it read better. And that's more useful. And then like, we could separate out where your arms go behind your body. Some of those white values could be pushed back so that they're not as intense and distracting. Under here also, like the bottom edge of your sleeve, maybe like your backmost fingers could be even darker, perhaps. Yeah. How'd you make your hand? I have a program called Spud Tablet that I would suggest looking into if you would like to also have a hand. I should really update this hand because I don't... It's just my base hand, but I feel weird using it when I'm dressed in my aquatic gear. Although that'd be more work to do for every time I switch outfits. There we go. Outline these so I can see where they are. A little more shading around the skin where it's touching some of these bandages so that there's better clarity. The white value is very similar to the skin tone, so we're gonna make them a little bit more different from each other. I think that's helping. You're a little bit less pastel as I continue to edit you, so there could be some rebalancing that would make you more pastel, but higher contrast does feel somewhat demon-like. I'm not reading demon, I'm reading skeleton or girl wearing a Halloween-themed outfit. It does feel kind of Halloween Town-esque to me. I almost said Halloweeny Town. That's not what I mean. I do think that you maybe are missing some of the quintessential demon elements. We're not seeing them super clearly. You do have demon wings, but they're getting lost in your hair. You know what? This version where you don't have the long hair, I feel like works better. Would it be crazy if we just said never mind about long hair? Now I'm getting back on track to the usual EG you all know and love, who is often giving people haircuts. Or maybe your hair is just like narrower around your back, so then the little wings you have floating off the side of your body take up more space. Like maybe this could still be like a little swoopy curl that comes from back here. Give yourself like a jellyfish cut or something. I've been a big fan of those for silhouette recently because they leave your like shoulder area clear for silhouette while at the same time being visually interesting and still allowing you to have some long hair. So I think this is already less overwhelming to me. There we go, get rid of that, get rid of some of this maybe. We don't need quite so much of that. Or this under here. I think the wings were actually behind the body, and maybe that's part of why they're sort of hard to see. The hair is subtly asymmetrical, which I think works well. Oh wait, I accidentally removed too much here. We lost that edge. There we go. Maybe you can still see that there's like hair going down like that or something, but that might be clearer. Thin long braids that go behind the back work. That's true. Braids may also feel interestingly bone-like, maybe. That could be a good idea. But I think that's helping. Some sort of horn, and I'm not saying go like this. Don't just give yourself like this horn. That's basic. We can do better than that. Give yourself a horn that is interesting, because we tend to associate those very closely with demons. There may be a type of bone you could reference. Hoge horns. You know, the hoge does feel a little bit like horns, but maybe it could be more horn-like than it is right now. Ram horns would be interesting, but I don't know if they relate to anything else we're seeing in the design. Ear bones? What are ear bones? Are you talking about the smallest bone in the human body? Maybe. I'm trying to think of what particular type of bone we could use. Horns that look like spines, maybe. This will be our second spine we've given someone. We put spines in the last design also. But yeah, maybe if this feels like it's like a tail that has like spines to it or something. And then like maybe you can see that there's like other little bits that like stick out off of it or something. I think this would immediately make us see the design and go, oh, demon. Not human. Next bingo, EG gives someone a spine. Yeah, you spineless VTubers. I'm kidding. I'm making spine donations. You can have mine. I don't need it. I'm made out of gelatinous goo. I'm the spineless one, if anything. Hammer, anvil, and stirrup are the ear bones. Interesting. Typical bones sticking out of the head like horns. That would be kind of funny, maybe. But if we're gonna stay with the shape language that's already been established by the little tiny wings, we'll keep them sort of simple and dark. I'm making your little wings bigger because I think they just need to hold more space. I love the idea of tiny, cute little wings, but these are still little and cute and maybe ineffective for the purpose of flying. But they just hold a little more space. They've got a little bit more flow to them, you know? Can I have a new spine? Mine's too used from shrimping. Sure. Rips my spine out as a gift for you. They look like closed eyes. Yeah, I did draw them a little weird, but honestly, there may be something interesting to that too. So that is happening there. Draw them like wings instead of like closed eyes. It's okay. Melty wings, maybe? Maybe! They could be torn up and tattered like other elements of the clothing are too. That wouldn't be a bad idea. You could also have a tail, but I fear that there's already a lot going on in your lower body, and I don't know if adding that would be the most beneficial. This is a question I also often ask to, like, dogs and cats and animals, but what kind of demon are you? I've recently remembered that demons have types. There's different kinds of demons. There's a hierarchy of demons, if we're talking about hell's demons. What kind of demon are you? Depending on different mythologies, there's demons that have domain over different elements. What type of demon are you? Because if you follow that, maybe there's some particular shape language used, or some garments of clothing, or horn types, wing types, tail types. Some demons have like cloven hooves because they're goat-like, and that's why they have like goat-like horns. What type of demon are you? If you figure that out, I feel like you'll be able to find ways to further customize this design for you in a way that would probably be beneficial to you. It would help you to be more memorable. Hot Topic Demon. No, that's not legally a type of demon that I will accept in VTuber Design Critique. Hot Topic Demon? False. No way, no how, no. But I think this is helping already. These were my edits. Yeah, this has helped with clarity. This has helped with some interest. I think it's making the head a little bit more focal. Your design would probably also benefit from a sweeping gradient from the bottom up, because if we were to make it so that most of the lighter values are happening around your head again, that'd probably be great. The saturation I've added from the red is also helping your head to be focal, because I think otherwise your chest area here and your jacket were focal because they just had so much contrast. All the little teeny tiny dark slits for ribs, the really bright print on the front of the jacket were all pretty distracting, but red is a high chroma color, which makes it really distracting and sometimes hard to work with, but we can use that to our advantage here and make it help your face to be more focal. Also, I'm not against brown eyes. Hear me out. I'm not against brown eyes. I love big, beautiful brown eyes. I happen to be a big, beautiful brown eye haver myself, even though my currently blue eyes would not allude to that. My eye color is whatever is best for my outfit. But I think your eyes could just be darker. I know that you're probably going for like sort of like a soft look, but having like doll-like eyes that are really dark may also make your face more focal, potentially, and also make you maybe just like a little bit more uncanny in a fun, enjoyable way, since you are a demon, which is something that people gaze on and maybe have their psyche torn apart, you know? Push the eyes a little darker, maybe. And if you want them to feel just like not as dark, if this feels too intense, you could still have some like brighter highlights in them or something. Oh, your highlights are mirrored. No, no, heartbreak. ED pet peeve number 1, mirrored eye highlights. And I was praising you for the fact that your hair wasn't mirrored. Don't mirror your eye highlights. Don't do it. No. But then you could have like some other brighter spots in your eyes if you want them to feel more pastel and friendly. The fact that I didn't notice that until I was closer means it wasn't that big of a deal, but if you're in VTuber view like this on stream all the time, people will see that and it feels strange sometimes. So let me continue grading here, because I didn't really actually mark most of what I was thinking down. Color palette. I think you need better clarity, and I think you need a different color undertone added to the mix. We picked red, but there could be other things. For silhouette, I think that your silhouette has some great elements to it. The exaggeration of shape around your legs, the torn, tattered back element, this like cape you're wearing is really interesting. But I think your hair was eating too much of your shoulder region. knock your hair back so that your wings can partake in silhouette. Maybe you could exaggerate your ahoge, maybe you add horns. I think you need more distinction in your silhouette in your upper body. And you also are decently asymmetrical too. A lot of the garments are not drawn perfectly symmetrically, so for that reason I'll put you here. We can make it stronger, but I think you have a lot of the right elements for an effective silhouette. Like, I feel like it's not even worth drawing a ladder on you right now because nothing is drawn symmetrically. Your shoes aren't symmetrical. This isn't symmetrical. This isn't symmetrical. I don't want to draw a line for every one of those, but I probably technically should. Not symmetrical, not symmetrical. This whole thing is creating a shape like that. Bottom of jacket, bottom of those hanging things. Your jacket is not sitting symmetrically all the way, or at least it's off your body more on one side than the other. This is asymmetrical. Your chin, your bangs, your eyes. You don't actually have horns, I'll ignore those. Top of your head, your hair accessory. Honestly, this is almost creating a diagonal in that area of your body. This is one here. There's a lot happening here visually. Definitely not a ladder I would want to climb. This is going to destroy my ankles before I get very far. There's some good clustering around the face. Works for me. 4, complexity versus clarity. I think that you need to tone down some of your details. I think you've overdone it with the shirt just a little bit. And maybe the graphics on your jacket could be a little bit more gray. They're perhaps a little too starkly white in a way that makes them really high contrast and distracting. So I would knock those back just a little bit. But otherwise, I'm not really seeing any extraneous details. Most of the elements I see relate to the fact that you are demon and bone related. You've got the little skulls that repeat throughout. You've got bat wings that repeat throughout as a motif. I'm not super worried about the detail outside of needing to pare down just a little bit. Focal point was your chest, unfortunately, as I explained previously. And concept of motifs. I can tell that you have a bone-like thing going on, but as we were saying before, we need more elements that hint towards you being a demon specifically. There are demons out there that you could reference more specifically, or you could just play into the known tropes around demons with wings and horns and the tail and things like that, but we need a little more of that, maybe. So I'll put you there. So, what is our grade overall here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5, 6.5 out of 10? Am I being unusually strict today with grading? I might be. But 6 out of 10 is still an above average design. Good work. Thank you for submitting your design for critique. There's a little bit of room for improvement here, but I'm sure you can do it. But thank you again, Aerith. Shroommates, can we get a round of applause for Aerith, pretty please, if you'd be so kind? Thank you for submitting, and thank you, Shroommates, for your feedback and suggestions. Also, Zany redeemed for me to eat a snack a half an hour ago, and I didn't say anything about it because I was trying to be locked in. I will not be eating a snack. Because we don't have any snacks. There is no snacks to have in my house right now. Actually, that's not true. I don't want to eat, like, the only snack we have in our house right now, I think, is that we have oatmeal cream pies. You know, the Little Debbie ones? That's all we have, and I don't want to eat one of those right now. I don't need more sugar right this second. Otherwise, I will be bouncing out of my seat, and I need to not do that. At least right now. Maybe at the end of stream, maybe. But I want to eat, like, a nice dinner after I'm done stream, so I'm gonna hold out. Don't worry, I had some lunch. It's not like I'm starving. Scandalous. No snack. I know. Usually I at least have some sort of like crackers in here or something I can eat, but I don't. I could go get the raisins from the cabinet out there and eat a couple raisins. Although actually now that I think about it, I wonder if the raisins are expired. I did just throw out, when I was cleaning the house the other day, sour cream that expired the 4th of July, I think. Which I think we've accidentally definitely used between the 4th of July and now. Whoops. I know that those dates are a suggestion, but the fact that it's more than a month out of date now, maybe not. Expired sour cream is just extra sour cream. I don't agree with that. I just think that's gonna be extra sours my stomach cream, actually. No thanks. I will take a drink though. Thank you, Santasum. Also, hi, Star. Don't worry. More water has been drunk. There we go. Trying to figure out the meta design critiques, like complicated designs mostly get lower scores. Often, but not every single time. Not every time. It's just if it's overwhelming, they get lower scores. It's based on this particular rubric, they will get a lower design often. I do think the name of the game with the brown designs overall has been low clarity, and I think it's because people who are designing outfits with mostly brown tones are staying really monochromatic and trying to fit themselves into sort of narrow value ranges, you know? Not gonna lie, I've had sour cream like 6 months out of date. No! Outdated, dairy products I feel like are the most evil, you know? No. No. I ate a little bit of outdated mayo, when was that, over the winter? And I suffered the consequences. Nope. Don't risk it. With all the nonsense I keep hearing about blueberries recalled and still can't eat lettuce and all of that stuff, do not take your chances. Mayo isn't dairy. Oh wait, you're right, mayo doesn't have any dairy in it. Mayo just has egg and oil. For some reason, I think because it's like a creamy spread, I think of it as being dairy. It's not. Yeah, it's just, yeah, no. Interesting. Like cream cheese. No, cream cheese is dairy. Cream cheese contains cheese and contains milk. Not the same. Not quite. Anyways. This is Neko's design. I'm trying to be locked in. I'm trying my best. Neko, who uses pronouns she/her, and can be found at Neko926888297. And this is somebody whose design we saw before that I'm now going to try and find and pull up because we saw this design before. Oh no, where is it? Where's my folder? I can't find it. You're welcome, lactose intolerant people. That's good. Isn't there also a major egg recall? There is, and we just ran out of eggs, so I'm not happy about that. I eat a lot of eggs. That's how I get most of my protein. It's tough. She wants to be a VTuber, that's not a great handle. If we read the bottom of this, she's picking out a name still. So I imagine that will change once her name has been picked. Oh, let me see if I can scroll through 500 designs just really quickly to find the original version of her design. Because I think she did watch our previous critiques. She'd specified in here somewhere to see. Oh, I don't know if the odds of me finding it will be super high, but if I go... No. Oh, what would have been a similar word that would have been used, maybe? It may not have... Was it... Oh, wait, I found it. I found it. Here is the previous design and our suggestions for it. And I think that some of our suggestions still stand at this point. Oops, get rid of the dinosaurs. Don't need them anymore. We're not in the dino zone. We've transitioned right out of, right out of bones and scary things into pastels. So, let me read the updated notes here, which is, I sent a submission before, but since then I've updated the design. I learned more about VTuber design, and I tried to implement what I learned in the best way I could. I'm a bit shy about all of this, though. I wanted my design to have a sweet artist next door vibe, as I didn't want my model to be flashy, but I still wanted her to look cute. Since my content's mainly art, ASMR, chat, and cozy games, I wanted to showcase that in my design. So I gave her a beret and an artist jumpsuit with a cute and girly twist via the ruffles and bows. Pretty proud of her hairstyle, big twin braids, especially the way it enhances her silhouette, since I found the silhouette part difficult due to the fact that my design is just a human artist and nothing fancy like a cat girl or angel. I added bows and cotton balls similar to Tinkerbell's to the shoes to strengthen the silhouette a little bit. I also wanted to showcase her being an artist in both the profile, half body, and full body, so I added pockets that hold painting brushes and other tools. The inspiration for the design was mostly found as I browsed Pinterest and found different aesthetics for artist wear. I like the jacket, but worry it might hinder the artist message by covering the hands, so I might end up having to draw the hands, save me. A weakness I think my design has is lack of motif, which comes from the fact that I don't grasp that as a concept very well yet. so advice for that specifically would be appreciated. Although I like her sweet artist next door vibe and feel that it encapsulates my personality best, I'm worried that it would not make her stand out among other VTubers. Among us. I worry that she is too plain for a VTuber design, but I probably only think that because most VTubers I saw are mythical creatures with cool lore, but for me, I'm just a girly that wants to draw. I even designed other models that were based on my favorite creatures, but my heart still came back to Roromi, so I decided to update her design to what she looks like currently. And as a brunette with also brown eyes, I have a personal beef with brown-haired, brown-eyed designs are boring. Is it true or a myth? It's a myth. Brown hair, blue eyes, or brown hair, brown eyes designs can be beautiful and lovely and gorgeous and incredible and work very well. Anyone who's telling you otherwise just doesn't know how to design around those ideas. It is possible, I promise. Please believe me. We'll work on it. So this may be unrelated, so if I understand, if you skip it, save time. What do you think of the name Roromi? I find it cute, but I'm unsure. Speaking of placeholders, the fan representations are also placeholders. I think a question that burns me is if I communicated all of this well in the design, and will someone be interested in her? I hope she's easy to draw too. Sorry if this was too long, and thank you so much for giving us amazing sessions like this for free. Of course. Of course. Yeah, you don't need to be crazy fantasy. Neko Roromi's a good handle. Honestly, I might put it in the opposite order and make it Roromi Neko, the opposite, because I don't even, well, there's no cat element here other than maybe this fella is supposed to have a slight cat silhouette from a bow. I don't know if the cat element's staying. I think the cat element is just in the fella's current name, and because she's a really big fan of a VTuber who is also a cat, I think. I tricked to see if these people were active, and most of the stuff I saw on her account was fan art and mentions of a particular cat VTuber also. So I think that might be why that was happening. So, having looked at this design before and given it a 10 or 7 out of 10, I don't remember if this was old rubric or new rubric, but I think that you've maybe taken a step back in a couple places from where your design was before. And granted, I don't actually remember how many of the things going on here were my edits. I think I added a hat, I added a cloud motif to the pom-poms. I tried to make your pants have a slightly more interesting silhouette. We added like embroidery and things like that. I think that there is still more you could do with this design here. I think the contrast has taken a step backwards, and I think that a lot of the edits that I made here were for making the clothing feel more realistic, and you've done some of those things, but I think we've lost just as many of them, unfortunately. So yeah, the hues are very similar, so that is my first critique here. I do think the design is very cute and is fitting your personality well, so that works well enough for me. And you know what? If you are an artist and you like the artist beret look, that's fine. You can go for it. It does help people to read you as being an artist. I've never seen an artist wear a beret in the real life of 2026, but I'm sure they're out there and it happens, and people do read it that way. It is a common shorthand for being an artist. You know what? If you like it, go for it. So, having said that, I think we could still do a little bit of redesigning. We gave you a motif that you didn't have before, which I still think that you need, and you think that you need. The way that I would pick that... Oh, hello, we've been raided! Wow, that raid message, or raid sound sounds really weird with my new headphones. They're like really bassy now. Interesting, but hi! Hi, Ruka! How are you? I'm E.G. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. We're doing VTuber design critiques today for fellows who have brown color palettes. Overwhelmingly, at least brown in the most case. Yeah. How was your stream? What were you up to? I know Ruka is a 3D modeler who is often working on 3D modeling on stream. We also critiqued Ruka's design during our crits for charity in May, if I remember correctly also. That was when it was, right? Or wait, no, was it for blue VTubers? I can't remember now. But anyways, thank you mods for getting the shout out. It seems like Ruka may have been doing some chatting or playing Peak or Helldiving, maybe recently? Perhaps? Interesting. I hope you had a good time. I hope it was a good stream. Shroommates, make sure you rotate lots for the raiders. Doing 3D modeling and making a schedule. Can we see? Maybe. Maybe. Can we snoop? Can we see? Would you be willing to show us, Ruka? I know you know how the art text goes. You're around often. Can we see pretty please if you'd be so kind? What are you working on now for 3D modeling? I think you were working on was it a stage when you showed us last? Or was it a room? It might have been a room. We saw a couple things from you that were 3D. Oh, also, thank you for following Dominic Bites. I appreciate it. Watched your YouTube videos when I started out streaming. I hope you liked them. I hope you enjoyed. Also, hi, Priestess Shuzaka. Late and have an appointment in a minute, but hello. Hi. If the color brown has one fan, then it's me. If the color brown only has one fan and it's you, that means I died. I like warm tones if my base model is nothing to go off of, because I'm like, I think 50% brown in that design, you know? Yeah. Still working on the stage? Can I see it? Can we see? Do you have a screenshot of it, of your progress? I'm curious to see how it's coming along. I have not done a lot of building interior spaces for things, but it's something that is not the easiest. It is something that can be quite difficult to do, and I admire people who are able to do that greatly. Warm reds are lovely. Also true. I would agree with that. How can you put your hair in a ponytail when your hair is so short? Me? I don't. I do not put my hair in a ponytail. It don't happen. Or do you mean the top of my head? Very carefully. Very carefully, and it stays that way even when I sleep. It never changes. Yoink. I'm grabbing this and putting it back in here. Your previous color palette having a darker pink in it, I think benefited it greatly. And I think it would help a lot with clarity, because most of your clothing is all the same color. And it don't need to be. You could have more variety of colors and values. And honestly, just this one change, let's see if I make this a multiply layer and then turn it down, it'll kind of work. There we go. That will help make it so that your little baggie for your tools reads more clearly. It'll help make it so that your cardigan stands out a little bit better. All good things. AG snatch in the pink, yeah. The pink was in your previous design, which is why I think it should come back. I think it was a smart thing to have in your design at the beginning, and we still need it. There we go. Pink. Honestly, your little necklace could probably be pink too. Although, I think it stands out well enough. Make the little ribbons pinker. And that still feels fun and friendly. I do think that we need to distribute some of the brown maybe throughout your design a little bit more. I am taking a design that was brown and making it not brown, and that will have to be okay. That'll have to be alright. We'll have to be okay with living with this. We need brown somewhere else, and there's a part of me that feels like you could turn this element here into some kind of like apron maybe. I love an asymmetrical apron for an artist, because that is so often how I wear my apron when I'm teaching in the studio. Because having it in the front, for some reason, bugs me when I walk. Maybe it doesn't have to be this long, because I've made it so that I'm creating a ladder. Maybe it needs to be shorter. But you could just have, like, a little off-center apron. You have a little bit of, like, a bow motif. A lot of the time, aprons are tied in the front, because you wrap the strap around your back, and then you tie it off. So, like, maybe you have that ribbon where it's been tied, like, wrapped back over itself, like here or something, and then we can see that there's like some like long cord or something. That's probably too dark, but anyways, that adds some. Oh wait, hang on, all one layer. What have I done? That makes it more believable as to how it might work. Maybe you don't have to overlap that side of the body, and maybe the ribbon is something that we could see off this side, where like it's tied and then it kind of sticks out off the edge of the body over here for silhouette reasons. Or it could be a frillier bow like you have in other places. And it's more heart-shaped. But either way, now this makes sense as a particular garment. Oh, yay! Thank you for art tax, Ruka! Hang on. we were going to pause our usually scheduled thing for an abrupt announcement. Art tax that Moobot was kind enough to allow us. Let me see. Progress. Whoa. We're looking at some UV unwrapping, I think, here. Hang on. Scoot you over there. Yeah, we've got some UV unwrapping going on for the stage. I see some objects in here which are probably like speakers or just some sort of set decoration. Whoa, wait. This is huge behind it. There's a lot going on here. Let me see, is there another image? Oh, we've got the schedule. Ruka, do you have something that's a shaded view you could show us? Because I'm trying to figure out what that all is, because it might just be the background. But here's the schedule for Ruka this week. Your background being all emotes is kind of crazy. It makes a very interesting all-over pattern that almost feels like circusy to me. It's fun. But I'm in awe of the probably sheer amount of work that needs to be done to make a stage work. I love 3D modeling. I love 3D modeling, I say, as a 3D modeler who 3D models and also admires 3D modeling happening. Still figuring it out. Totally fair and fine and understandable. It ain't easy. It's definitely not easy. There's a lot that goes into them. Oh, wait, never mind. I understand what I'm looking at. I wasn't understanding at first. I imagine this area out here is probably like where the fans are all sitting. That's the auditorium area. And the stage is facing that way, I think? Maybe? Something like that? But thank you for sharing with us, Ruka. I appreciate you letting us take a little glimpse at what you've been working on. If you and your fellows need to do things like eat or drink or snork me, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so, as always. But please look after yourselves, first and foremost. Shroommates, make sure you say thank you to Ruka for delicious, delectable, cool, interesting, exciting art tax. Thank you! So figure it out, which is fair and fine and understandable. That's how most of my things I end up making go, where I'm like, I definitely know what I'm doing. This definitely works and makes sense. I know what I'm doing. But designing, Vtuber designing, apron. If you have an apron, these objects would probably be down here and not up there, so I should probably move them. Hang on. Because there would be some sort of pocket happening. You know what, the more I'm doing stuff here, the more I feel like I'm going to accidentally just suggest that you do more of what you had, or what my suggestions were in the previous design, but maybe I wasn't clear enough about explaining the motifs and things like that. So like this. Whoops. Gets to have like a pocket or something that is holding it. A lot of these style aprons have like divisions in them. Even if you want this to feel like it has also that sort of like girly touch that you were saying, maybe it could also have some little like ribbon bits at the bottom, or maybe it's kind of frilled at the bottom. That could be cute. Let me cover these here in this area then. And then often people on their aprons will have just like a little bit of mess or something. Just a little bit of mess. I don't want to make the mess brown because that may have weird implications. Maybe I'll grab some of the little bits of like blue and stuff that you have somewhere as like a splatter. Or like maybe like this color could be like another splatter or something too. Because even if the rest of your outfit is very prim and proper and clean, this could be a good area for just having a little bit of that splatter to show that even the cleanest of artists maybe are not perfect. I do really like some of the elements I added here with a little bit of embroidery. I feel like embroidery would fit in well with sort of that cozy girl next door element still. So that could be just a good detail to have anywhere throughout the design. A little bit of white so that we can see that there's like construction for some elements or something, or embroidered shapes and colors and things like that. I've not done much. Hang on, do we have an art tax part 2 maybe? Ah, still figuring out the banners and textures. Okay, so I can see what we're going for right now. There we go. I was just curious, but we can see that there's sort of like a back area. There's some things hanging from the ceiling maybe. Here's the stage itself with like all the elements that are sitting on it, you know. Thank you, Ruka. Sorry if I made you do extra work. I was just curious. Thank you for sharing. So embroidery of a cat would be cute. That would be very cute. And I feel like that could be something that would be added very simply and easily, where it's like, all right, here's the cat. Embroidered in just like a simple shape or something. You know, you could even embroider just like whiskers or something somewhere. And something that's just like the briefest representation of a cat. That would be good. For the ruffles down here, I like the idea, but I feel like they're just too small in their application. You could make them taller and more like visibly tiered, probably. So you have 2 tiers for them. What if we exaggerate the tiers a little bit more? There we go, make my brush smaller. So then they're like this instead. Because then I feel like that's just like a little bit more of a realistic scale for those elements. If we're gonna see like seam lines and stuff, we could still maybe see that here where it starts to taper. And then maybe this is one of the areas where you get like some sort of embroidered element, or like maybe there's like an embroidered edge around those or something, you know? But just finding ways to flesh this out a little bit more, I think will benefit you, because some of the details feel a little bit rough or loose, like they haven't been fully configured quite yet. Some of your elements could maybe just be a little bit bigger also. There's a tangent being formed by the top of this pocket and the bottom of this upper like shirt area of the clothing that I don't know if reads very clearly. You may just want to drop one of these lines to be below the other one for clarity's sake. So like this will sit under here and then like that'll sit there or something. So we can see it overlapping a little bit better. Maybe embroider on the bottom pant leg, right, to set off the apron as well. Yeah, maybe if you were to have like a larger embroidered element here. I can't really pick a motif for you because I don't know you. We before sort of leaned into like a sky and clouds type of thing because we thought it'd be cute given the fact that you had some puffballs, but maybe you weren't a fan of that considering you didn't end up running with it. What do you like? For a motif, you can pick a food that you enjoy. You could pick a shape that particularly speaks to you. If you like hearts or stars or diamonds or spades or clubs or anything of that nature. Any element that you add into the design can count as a motif. It could be something as simple as, you know, belts and ribbons, which you already have. That's technically a motif. It could be a pattern. If you are somebody who likes knitted things, knit elements can be a motif. There's a lot of options, but it comes down to what your interests are. You're an artist. So maybe pattern would be a good thing for you. That might be a good element to add some visual interest to the design. So maybe even if you just had something simple down here, you could have just like a pattern on your cardigan or something. Exaggerated buttons could be cute. Ooh, that'd be a good way to add more brown. So like if we had like a couple of like buttons that run down the front of this or something, that might be a cute way of distributing the brown just a little bit more in the design. Fashion styles can be a motif. Fashion styles can contain a motif, but I don't think a fashion style itself is a motif, usually. A lot of fashion styles are identified by their motifs. The sweater could be Argyle. Oh, that is a very art student-y pattern to have. Do you know what other pattern I think I see a lot of with art students? Is I see a lot of stripes also. Like particularly recently, my students wear shirts that feel like they're almost like very 90s, where they'll be like sort of low contrast stripes of varying widths in a way that makes me think of like turkey tail mushrooms because I'm mushroom brained. But yeah, any of these options could be good for that. But you know, your name is Neko. Maybe even if you aren't a cat, you can still have cat things as a motif. And then as a result, you get some sort of cat embroidery or something. I'm not the best at designing embroidery off the top of my mind, but here's my cat. And then you get like little just like details or something, and then maybe there's just like something small here that's embroidered to offset it, but then that activates that area of the clothing. It makes it feel more realistic. It makes it feel fleshed out. And for somebody who's trying to draw you, this may feel intimidating at first, but you know, the design still might work just fine without it, and that's definitely an element people could just pare down and remove if they're going to draw you, or if you're going to draw yourself a bunch, you can just ignore it. I ignore pattern half the time when I'm drawing fan art anyway. But for a VTuber model where you draw it once and then it's just there on screen, it's kind of worth it. It's kind of worth it. It's worth it to have. So, pattern. Argyle may not be bad for the sweater. How does Argyle work? Oh, Argyle is diamonds? Hang on. It's like this, where you get like thicker blocks that go like this. I'll turn it down. This is gonna be too intense right now. And then, I don't even know why I'm asking. I just drew an Argyle pattern literally the other day. Didn't I? I did just draw Argyle the other day. I drew it when we were trying to do a redesign on stream. Definitely make the pattern relate to the way the clothing is working. I'm just not going to spend the time doing that because my time might be better spent doing other things. It goes like this, and then I think there's like a lighter. Hang on. One that goes like this. And then you can see through it a little bit. Oh, wait. They're like centered. It goes like this, and then like that. And then there's a little dark thing in the center. Hang on, I'll turn it down so it's not so intense. It's way too strong right now. There we go. And then this could honestly even be turned down so that it's like just like subtle. And maybe it would be more brown in undertone, so that way it doesn't get lost against the... There we go, against the bag so much. What color did I use as the glow layer? Don't know. We'll figure it out. It's fine. Hang on. Ooh. Brush too big. That's fine. But then there's also like a little dark bit between it. But I feel like this adds a lot of familiarity to the design. It fleshes it out. And again, if you're trying to draw this 8 billion times, you could do something as simple as drawing this pattern once. You could give it to your fans also, and then just warp tool it real crazy to make it work the way you need it to when you need it later. Down the line, hang on. No, normal, multiply. Money add, then multiply. And then it has these little things where it's like little diamonds, right? I don't know why I'm trying so hard to make this accurately a pattern, but sometimes it just helps us to see what we're aiming for with the design a little bit better. And then they don't have to be like super intense, but yeah. Warm, friendly. Chowder it. That's true. You could chowder it and you could make it so that it like doesn't move as you move, and then it makes it really easy to draw. I know there's actually not that hard of a way to do that for Live 2D, at least. Yeah, paper doll like. Oh wait, being a paper doll might be very cute for being an artist also, you know? Because as an artist, you already are somebody who's going to use paper often and frequently. So if you are made out of paper, that could be very cute. You could almost have like a Paper Mario-like thing where like the edges of elements have like that really like bright white trim around them. Like this. And like they're like a little bit like crinkly, like they were cut out, maybe not perfectly. And then you get one that's like around the entirety of the outside of yourself or something. And then when you swap outfits, there could be a particular way of doing it. That's my art style. Yeah, it works. But that could be a cute element to have in the design. I added a drop shadow for clarity, just that we can see it a little bit more clearly. But, yeah. If paper doll needs the tabs, classic paper doll trait. Oh, wait, you're right. You could have the little like, because like there would definitely be like a tab placed on the shoulder here, right? And then like the edge around the arm would probably have one. Let me draw it so you can see it, where it'd be like, oh, here's one here, and here's one here. And then like your hair can be swapped and has tabs on it too or something. And then there's like ones for your pants. And then we can see that this is also on its own one or something. Paper doll. That could be cute. Also, as an artist, this is something I've always wanted to do that I just haven't found a way to do yet. And I will probably stream it if I ever do decide to do it. I want to make, at least just for me, a like upper half of the body model that is made traditionally, like watercolor painted. I don't know if you are a traditional artist, but you are an artist yourself. if you were to make your illustration for Live 2D, cut it, and then like print yourself out a guide, essentially, you could then like trace it onto a different piece of paper using like a window or something, or even you could just trace right off your monitor. I do that all the time. And then you could draw it traditionally. You could use colored pencils to color in your clothing. You could use markers to color in your clothing, literally whatever you want. But then as a result, that super realistic texture will immediately sell people on the fact that you are an artist and that is what your concept is. Brad joints could be fun. Yes, I know what those are called because I use them in printmaking. But yes, that could be a fun little thing too, if you want it to feel like you're truly made out of paper or something. But I feel like this is a design that is simple and clean, is the way that you're making me feel tonight. It's hard to let it go. But as a result of that, there's a lot of fun things we could do with style that I feel like would be worthwhile for this design. So don't do all of them. Maybe just consider a couple of them. But we didn't actually have to do that many major modifications here. We were just adding a little detail. We were fleshing out some elements more clearly with some pattern, changing values a bit. So I think there is a basis here, but we just need to push it a little further, find some fun angle. And then, you know, if you do something like that, if you take this and make it traditional art, if you make this character a paper doll, those things sort of negate the necessity of another motif because they add a layer of complexity to the concept that the motif would have been doing. But now we don't need it because we've already sort of taken over that. It'd be very frustrating to do traditionally if they don't have experience in separating the layers of the Live 2D model. That's fair, but I know a lot of VTubers who are artists tend to draw themselves anyway. I have split myself. I've split myself before. There's tutorials you can watch. It's not that bad if you're an artist and you just understand that some things need to be in front and some things need to be behind. But alternatively, you could just have a texture if you want to do it digitally. Have like a watercolor texture that is painted to be this and have it chowder styled, not move under you as you move or something. That's easy on rigging and easy on you from an art standpoint, at least to some degree. There's a variety of options, you know? That's why I use that software instead of the idea. Oh, I'm saying definitely cut the model and then draw the pieces in whole and then put them back into the computer, scan them back in afterwards. Because a hire cutter and well, then draw with the cutter separated if cutting is too much. True, maybe. That's also true, perhaps. Yeah, there's options out there, there's options. But my critiques. I still think that your design is very cute, and your hair is the reason why I keep giving you higher points. I really like the way that you have all these little negative space junctions in it. You also have a lot of nice, simple asymmetry that doesn't make you feel chaotic. It makes you feel relaxed more than anything else. Your jacket being off one shoulder, your hat. The element choices for the clothing do feel somewhat specific, which is nice. The fact that there's some nice frills on your jumpsuit, your hat having a little bit of beaded trim on it, your earrings are pretty specific. That all works for me. If the argyle is reflected in the hair negative space, oh, wait, you're right. The argyle kind of is reflected in the hair. Ooh, and then that becomes a motif because it happened twice. Bam, bam, we got it. Bam. So, you do get bonus points for that. But, color palette. Clarity, kind of low, unfortunately. You've got a lot of elements that are very similar. It wasn't as dire as I've seen in some designs, so I'm going to leave it in the 1 point area, but I definitely think you'd benefit from bringing more of the pink back into the design. It does make the design a little bit more visually interesting, and pink and brown are just such a nice, soft, sweet combo of colors, and I don't think this level of saturation is taking you out of sort of like a pastel palette, you know? So, that's all right. Silhouette. I think that you need just maybe 1 or 2 more things for your silhouette, which is why I was trying to add some sort of like large bow on one side, making your pants a little bit more exaggerated, because I was just saying, your hair has nice negative space holes in it. Your hat is nice and subtly asymmetrical, as is your cardigan. I forgot the word. Oh God. It's a Monday. You have to cut me some slack. So those things I think work well enough, but you are kind of the same width all the way up and down. You're very square shaped, you're very dependable. I'd believe you if you were an art teacher because you look very dependable and trustworthy. I think before we were thinking you may have been like more of like a primary school teacher, like art teacher type of character. This feels a little bit more mature. Not mature, but like you'd be with a more mature crowd, maybe. But I still think you need something more exaggerated. I personally don't mind the fact that your sleeves cover your hands, even though you're an artist, because let me tell you a thing about art students. So many of my students wear their sleeves that long. If you had a toggle that rolls your sleeves up for when it is time to get to business as far as making art goes, that might be nice and fun and great, but you don't have to. I am not personally bothered by that. I don't think it takes away from you being an artist that much. So if it's something that you enjoy for the sort of like cozy feeling, that works a-okay. I think that's fine. Mint green or matcha green? Yeah, mint also works well with green or with browns too. Saving for rigging hands. Oh, that's true. That's true. You wouldn't have to rig hands. Yeah. EG has different widths. Does that make them an undependable teacher? No, it just makes me a slightly more chaotic teacher. Have you guys seen, there's a meme on Twitter right now where people are like, only 5 likes? Imagine 5 monkeys jumping on the bed. And I wanted to do one that's, imagine 15 likes? Yeah, imagine 15 students that like me as a teacher. I feel like in my classes that I've taught before, it's always like 4 or 5 students who really care about the class and I get along with really well and they like me as a teacher a lot. And then there's like 11 of them that just like really act like I'm ripping their teeth out every single day in my class. So we'll see how it goes this semester, if it's any easier, but that has been vaguely my demographic. It's because I have a lot of intro students and I have a lot of students who are non-majors in art usually. It's fine. They will not hurt my spirit. They don't know how lucky they are to have EG as a teacher. And I do live in fear now every day that one of my students is going to be one of you. Because it's not impossible, I imagine. If you're my student, don't tell me. I don't want to know. Keep that to yourself. Secrets are very fun when it's that. Smiles. In fear. Anyways, silhouette. I think that you may benefit from exaggerating something in your silhouette. I was making your pants wider. Maybe they get even wider. Maybe your hair has more of a triangular shape to it. But right now, your overall shape is very much... Whoops. This image. That. Your sleeves add a little bit. If your hair was wider around this area, that would make you top-weighted in your design, which would be nice. If your pants flared even further, that could make you more bottom-weighted in your design. Honestly, even if your cardigan was just like wider and chunkier on your body, that would put the weight to the center of your body. But I think we need to do one of those 3 things. Definitely not all of them, because then we lose that contrast. We just need more contrast in the outer edge of your silhouette. You did have a lot of nice asymmetry otherwise, though. So I'll put you there. 4, complexity versus clarity. I already docked your points here. I think you just need a little bit more specific detail, which is mostly in the motif department, but that's gonna be graded in concept. You just need to make some elements a little bigger and show me some construction lines. Show me how elements are put together a little bit more, maybe. Add a little pattern work for visual interest. Don't worry, I've already graduated. Rex, I also read that as Vtuber graduated. I know there are a lot of shroommates who are still college students, though. Maybe you should stop ripping their teeth out when they accept some other form of payment for classes. That's fair. I need to stop being a tooth fairy as a teacher. That's true. I'll take that down as a note for this semester. Thank you for the advice. Focal point. I do think the head was mostly focal, especially in your version of the design, because the brown is something we don't really see elsewhere in the design. It's a much darker value than anything else, and it's mostly around your face. It's framing your face pretty nicely. Your blush is also the most saturated part of the design, which was the case before I made changes, and I think still is the case. So your head is plenty focal. That works just fine for me. And then finally, concept and motifs. I think we would understand that you're an artist probably very quickly, immediately, because you do have the quintessential artist element, the beret present. It's the shorthand for being an artist. But with some other cutesy flares, and I do think that you've conveyed your personality pretty clearly, but you do still need a motif, or pattern, or something. I hope I've explained what your options for motifs are in a way that is helpful, though. You just need something that is a repeating element throughout the design, and often if you can find something that has, like, a shape language inherent to it, that has, a variety of elements related to it, you can then take those things and combine them with the shapes that already exist in the design to create something unique, but you don't have to do an incredible amount. You don't have to go super crazy with it. Don't go too crazy. But just like one thing. Even the Argyle, I think, is enough maybe as a motif, especially if you're going for like a grounded artist type of look. So just push it a little further. Just copy EG finished critique design and use for VTubing. Sure. I don't know if I've said this before, but you are allowed to take whatever I've done to your design here and use it exactly the way I've done it, and you can do that. I don't care. You can have it. It's yours. I don't even really necessarily make people credit me for the edits I make most of the time, unless I've completely redesigned their model for them, which does actually happen sometimes in consultations. Sometimes I've done a complete redesign for someone in like an hour, and then they use that, and then I'm legally the character designer. But otherwise, it's someone else's design. I've just provided some feedback for it. I've just done critique. But yeah, you can use it however you want. ED, don't take my molars. I'm not interested in your molars. I'm interested in your canines, because I don't have any. I'm stealing them for selfish reasons, because I would like to have some myself. It sure would be easier to eat food if I had canines, and not just teeth that are filed to look like canines for aesthetic purposes. Let me tell you something, your mouth looks real weird without canines. When I didn't have canines before they filed mine, when I had braces, they pulled two of my teeth down a little bit and they filed them. And before that happened, it looked weird. Your mouth is just like too flat. It's strange. No canines? No. We've talked about this a couple times before. I have less teeth than the average human because I had them taken out because my mouth was too small when I was a kid. So like, I don't have any wisdom teeth. That's normal. They took out a couple of my premolars and they took out my canines because canines, I guess, are just wide. I don't know. I don't know why that was the tooth of choice for removal, but I don't have them. Or no, was it a premolar? What is it that I'm missing? I don't remember. Like a horsey. Yeah, we counted at one point how many teeth I have compared to the average person. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. Do I have 24 teeth? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I have 24 teeth. The average adult human, I think, has more than that. Yes, which is why I'm stealing teeth from my students, because I need them for myself. As far as they go for them, I would think they're more necessary. I don't know. I'm gonna be so honest with you. I really don't know. I don't know what the logic is in anything tooth related. They never even gave me like an expander or anything like that either. So like, it's not like they even tried to make me have more teeth. And I don't have any gaps in my mouth. It's not like there's like gaps between teeth. Like my teeth look normal if you look at me. But, yeah, I don't have that many. Canine teeth feel to me like vampire teeth. My canines aren't, like, super pointy either. They literally just gave them, like, the slightest of wedge. Just a teeny tiny wedge. So if you needed any verification that I'm not a vampire, I would at least be a defanged vampire. Imagine Umas with horse teeth. That would be kind of scary, probably. But anyways, we're getting off topic here. I gotta keep grading. Oh, wait, I finished grading. Grade is finished. What is our score here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8 out of 10? 8 out of 10? Less visually overwhelming designs tend to score better because they just aren't as intense and they aren't as complicated. They just get more points in the clarity area usually, which helps a lot. I'm gonna say I don't remember seeing any missing teeth, but then I remembered you were wearing a mask. Yeah, no, none of you have ever seen my teeth. Nope. Although actually, when I was at the furry rave at Otakon that year, I didn't wear my mask, and someone came up to me and told me that they liked my panel, and I was like, oh, I've screwed up. I've goofed it. Whoops. And I didn't wear a mask when I went to Otakon this year, which was maybe partially a mistake, but I didn't see anyone who knew me other than Bolts, and Bolts is allowed to know what my face looks like. That's fine. And I didn't get sick either. I got a little cruddy, but not terribly so. Just a little, way less so than previous years. So, okay, that's fine. All right. Nothing to worry about. Well, can I please get a round of applause for Neko, please, if you'd be so kind? Thank you. I do think that the reason I didn't get sick was also because I was only there for Saturday and Sunday. Usually I'd be there all day Friday also, so my hours were significantly limited. You're a furry? No. I do guess that saying going to the furry rave is confusing. There's just a rave at Otakon, which is the convention I tend to go to, and we call it the furry rave. We figured out what it's called though. There's a real name for it, but we call it the furry rave because a lot of people in fursuits attend it. I support the furries. I'm just not one. It doesn't particularly speak to me. You know, it's just not for me. Adult canines and back teeth with super sharp points. They look kind of like shark teeth. That's fun. Not rain, rave, furry rave. But here, I'm gonna save this. I'm gonna close it, and I'm gonna close this one also. And we'll keep schmoovin'. Look at me, I'm like right on time right now. So hype, so exciting. Good work, EG. So, our next fella. Oh, it's Club Oda. Thank you, Bleak. Bleak is my official Otakon terminology corrector. This is another cat named fella. This is Nekona Kohizuku, who uses he, him pronouns like we found at N Kohizuku. This fellow was active just slightly over a year ago, but I'm gonna honor it anyway in case they are still out there. And is also potentially an artist. They were aiming for a coffee-themed, academic, cat-loving, and bit of chaotic troll kind of feel. That as well as with being an artist and the body type kind of matching myself IRL. I'm still wondering if I should add on more details or a nod to some references to cats or coffee. I was also thinking about the gold swirl that are on the brush and putting it into the sleeves of the white to decorate it and make it less flat. Please let me know if that's something I should do. Is this technically also Argyle? Maybe this is also why I was thinking about Argyle. I think the elements that are in this version of the design are working a little bit better. The jacket has better clarity, but I do like some of the jewelry that you brought in over here. I'm not sure which is the most updated version of the design here, but they're both here, so we'll look at them. And also I can tell this fellow is listening to me because they gave me a ladder. There's a ladder that is present, and I see it. But yeah. You feel like a little bit of like dark or like warm academia in your design. I think this color should come back. Because I am looking at this and I feel like this might be a more refined, finalized version of the design than the first one is. You've made some of the accessories a little bit larger, which I think is a smart move. You exaggerated your collar more. I do like the use of the cat head in the center of the pattern. I feel like it's a clever way of incorporating it into the shirt. Looks cute too. I know, they've pre-laddered their design for me. Unfortunately, inactive on social media for a year and 5 months. Yeah, it was close enough to a year when or actually it was under a year when I downloaded them, so I'm gonna honor it. And maybe if they're still out there, maybe this will incentivize them to come back to us, return. Make the buttons look like coffee beans, even if you can't see it unless zoomed in. Be cool attention to detail. Yeah, I'm here for that. I'm game. I'm just making them look like beans, but they could be more clearly coffee beans, which would probably be shaped like that, right? And maybe the little like dash in the bean is actually the thread that's holding the button on. Oh ho 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 ho. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. So, I do think that you are not under-designed. I don't think that you need to add a ton more detail. I think that some of the details could be a little more specific. Like, there's a couple things I'm wondering about in the design. These parts of your straps being triangles, I'm not sure I fully understand. I'm wondering if they're supposed to be referential to the fact that cats have pointy, triangular-shaped ears? You know? Maybe? VTuber summoning noises? Yeah, we're trying to bring them back. VTuber necromancy. Necromancy! Is there anyone out there that's a necromancer? You revive cats? That's a good wordplay. That's a good wordplay. I feel like that has to be out there. That has to exist. If it doesn't exist, I'm gonna be really sad. There's gotta be. Yeah, there has to be. I wouldn't believe it if there wasn't. Hang on. I'm just editing these colors a little bit for clarity. I think the colors you chose in the first iteration of the sweater worked a little bit better for readability's sake. Honestly, I don't think you need to outline the cat head with black either. You could just sort of like continue with the white outline, and then the big diamonds on either side almost end up feeling like whiskers too, which is cute and fun. There's a VTuber named Persephone that's a necromancer, but not specifically cats. Quick, change your name. Write that down, write that down, write that down. If it doesn't, then it's your idea. Quick, make a design for anyone else does. I'll write it down, but I have a feeling that has to exist. There has to be a necromancer out there. Necromancer of Nowhere is a game, apparently. See, it has to be real. Bam. I'm writing it down anyway, just in case. But yeah. I bring cats back, no question. Yeah, cats deserve another life. They already have 9 of them. Why not give them another 9? I feel like cats would be easy, because you don't have to deal with bringing them back quite as often. Okay, so elements of this design. Cat element on the shirt, cute. This design for like the overalls feels very specific, which I appreciate. It's got a very specific shape to it. I feel like the straps would make a little more sense if they were under your collar, especially since your collar is really big on this side. Just for like layering's sake. I think that makes more sense. I thought it was a corset body harness combo. I don't know. It almost reads to me as like a corset, like shapewear type of accessory. But maybe? I don't know. I'm gonna remove this gold element from here because I think it's competing with the shape on your shirt a little bit too much. But if you want to have some sort of element on here, I'm trying to think of what I would add. You're an artist who likes cats and is chaotic. How would I design the detailing for this? Yeah, go ahead. You can mark it as a corset. I'll allow it. Every cat can be resurrected to 9 times. Okay, we're in the necromancer zone. We gotta we gotta focus on the edits for this design before we get too distracted. We gotta come back. Didn't see the corset part. This is a corset part. Much better to watch on YouTube is rough. Can't put you in audio only mode. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the audio. Just needs more dirty, then I can go to bed. Funny you say that. For the fact that you are a chaotic troll, academic chaotic troll, I feel like the design doesn't actually read as that chaotic. You do have pants that are a different length between your 2 legs. I feel like that reads as an asymmetry that is unnatural as opposed to just being chaotic. Having your strap off your shoulder, I think, is a step in the right direction. If your tie was like slightly untucked, that might also help you to read as being a little bit chaotic. I don't want to cover your cat pattern on here, but all the way, but slightly untucking your tie might be nice. Actually, you could even just like take the tie and just like throw it over your shoulder or something too. I've seen that in designs before, and I think it's kind of funny. Because who needs to be wearing a tie normally if you were chaotic? Ties can be worn however you want. And then maybe it's still under the thing on one side, but not entirely. Haha, entirely. I'm awful. Why am I doing puns today? Wilhelm Vanderboss has abandoned us to go on vacation, and now I'm making up puns to fill the void. I say abandoned. I'm glad Phil's on vacation. Phil deserves some rest. Got all these nice, cute, well-kept details? Yeah, we don't need so many nice, cute, well-kept details. Give me some not-so-well-kept details. Give me some chaos detailing. Give me a tie thrown over the shoulder because you couldn't be bothered to tuck it in nicely, and now you've just pushed it out of the way because it was bothering you while you were making art. There you go. And then having your sleeve off too. That's a completely different vibe that's happening now already. I've seen some styles of pants where they will like be able to be like rolled up and cuffed. And then they have like a little like snap thingamabob, like this on the side with like a little button that holds them up. But maybe if you're like crazy and chaotic, maybe you didn't actually do a good job of rolling them up. So then it's like coming out of being rolled up. And then because this is a detail where we can see that there's a lot of extra fabric, now we can understand why your pants might be this way. And then on this side you get like the little thingamabob that would have the clasp on it. So we can tell that this is just one pair of pants that is being worn differently, you know? Spaghetti stains. I don't know about spaghetti stains. But for being a crazy, chaotic artist, man, those sleeves are looking kind of clean, especially for how long they are. Oh, you do have the artist glove on one hand, and you've got a different type of glove on the other hand. But maybe you get some sort of like inky stains on the bottom edge of your sleeve. Or just like something where they're like yellowing and discolored from whatever you've been working on. That will make you feel just a little bit more chaotic, maybe. And then we get like a little bit that just like comes up the arm or something. Maybe you accidentally wiped your hands on your pants once while you were making art, and then you get like a handprint. Let me tell you, my apron always has handprints on it. Inked tinged fingies, like a left-handed pen user. Yeah, maybe. I mean, they've got their gloves on, so that would probably cover some of it, but I do tend to get ink all over my fingertips. Don't use brown. Use a different color. Yes. Just one glove would be cute. That's fair. It might be more chaotic if there was only one glove being worn, but just a little bit of ink, a little bit of stuff that you've slopped onto your clothing might be nice. Just a little, not too much. We can't get rid of the entire vibe that you are somebody who is academic. Hello, we've been raided again. Hi, Banana Bro. Welcome in. Shroommates, can you rotate for the raiders, pretty please, if you'd be so kind? Hi, I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. We're doing Vtuber design critiques today for fellows who have abundantly brown color palettes. We are looking at a design for Nekona right now, who is a cat-loving, chaotic artist. Wahoo. This is our, I think, 4th design this stream, so I'm like kind of on time-ish, maybe? By some stretch, maybe. Unclear. But welcome in. Thank you, Mods, for getting the shout-out. Let me snoop and see what you're up to. It appears you may have been streaming Dead by Daylight. We've had a lot of raids today from people who have previously streamed Dead by Daylight. I know minimal about that game, but is it having like another wave of popularity? Like a surge of it right now? I feel like that makes sense going into the fall, maybe. But intriguing. Also, I know that thing lies to me, so that may not have been what you were doing, but either way, welcome in. Hi, Banana Raid. Let me say hi to everybody. Hi, Autism Doggo, and Diesel Mom, and Banana Bruv, and Arctic Fennec, also, and Cilia, always. Hi, welcome. I hope you had a good stream. I hope you enjoyed playing. Also, Autism Doggo, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Very kind. New killer on the way, I think. Ah, maybe that is why. I wonder if people are interested in going back for whoever the new character is. That could be it. Actually, Dead by Daylight is in the pit of despair. But it's a toxic ex I keep going back to. Oh no! I was talking about my students earlier, but that is another thing that I know most of through my students. I had some students a couple years ago that were really obsessed with Dead by Daylight, and they would use the terminology in class all the time. Okay, I'll stand right here. All the time. They would always say, like, if they got like a rough critique, they would say that they got like hooked or something. Among other things. It was kind of silly. It was fun. That's all I knew. The new killer who they've already nerfed. Uh-oh. Amber, you seem to know things about Dead by Daylight. Uh-oh. They made him too strong right out the bat. It happens. But Banana Bro, thank you for following. I appreciate it. Also, for some reason, I get infinite ad snoozes today. I don't want an ad right now, thanks. Thanks, Twitch. Couple things going on with Dead by Daylight. One of them being Ice9 Kills made a soundtrack for them. What? What? Sorry, hang on, I'll go back to here. What do you mean Ice Nine Kills made a soundtrack for them? That's actually kind of incredible. High school EG really liked Ice Nine Kills, let me tell you. I was a big fan. Their album, they had I liked Silver Scream, but I think the album before that better. I really liked them. I just found one of my shirts for them recently. That's cool. Revamping their graphics and their 3D engine and a lot's going on, but oh, we're not a fan of it though. Oh, I don't know. Some people are a fan. I see. Understandable. I love the art style you have. Thank you. I appreciate it. I made myself. Do you teach at a school or a college? I teach at a university. I work at a university. I work at a uni. I feel weird calling myself a professor. Technically, I'm a co-professor right now. There's like a weird way this class I work with is taught. It's strange. But anyways, yeah. Gotta rate and run, but have a good stream. Thank you. Yeah, don't worry about it. If any of you guys need to do things like eat or drink or snork me, please take care of yourself. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so. But if you want to take care of your health, please prioritize that, please. A corp-professor is a professor. I'm a co-professor, not a corp-professor. I guess I'm a professor. I'm faculty and staff. I'm both. Yeah. I mean, a co-manager's a manager. You know what? That's true. That's also true. And I've taught on my own before right now. I just really don't want to be the teacher all the time anymore. It's not fun. Evil E.G. the corpo professor. That would be interesting. That would be intriguing. Be so honest with us. How often do you actually plug your Twitch when you're in class? If not at least 5 times a day, then that's the wrong answer. No. My students are not allowed to know that I'm a VTuber. Are you crazy? That would be, first of all, a privacy hazard. That'd be a doxing hazard immediately. You don't need to know where I live. Second of all, I feel like they wouldn't actually take me seriously if they knew I was a VTuber. I've talked before, you can't tell your students that you like anime half the time. Jubby does, and seems to get away with it, and it's not an issue. But like, one of the troubles with college students, especially freshmen, is that they think that they are people who know everything, and they vastly don't respect authority a lot of the time because they're out on their own for the first time. And they get too chummy with you if they find out that you like something like anime, where they just like don't respect you as an authority figure anymore, which just makes it hard to keep order in the classroom. I'm sure there's other strategies you can employ that make it easier, but for now I'm just like, nope, you don't get to know anything about me or my interests. Nope. But I do subtly egg them on still though, because last semester we had a class playlist and I added a song. Somebody had added an Uma Musume song to the playlist, I think. And so I added more Uma Musume songs to the playlist, and I forced 2 of my students to be friends because I knew that they were the 2 who interacted with the songs in the playlist. So I moved their seats to be next to each other for a critique so they'd talk to each other. I'm evil, and I have plans, and I can't wait to do that again this year. But yeah, they can't tell. They're not allowed to know. They're not permitted. But anyways, I have to focus or I will no longer be on time. But thank you guys for rating in. I appreciate it. A friend shipper. Yes. I was matchmaking. Yes. Teacher assigned friendship. Yes. All right. Where were we with this design? I think we were trying to make sense of some of the chaos that we added. You know what I think would be a very cute cat-like accessory? Because you are not a cat, but you are somebody who likes cats. Recently, I saw an ad for these on... Actually, I don't know what platform it was, but I saw shoes that very subtly had like a cat toe to them, and it was like an ad for it that was like me when I'm in public, but I'm wearing my cat shoes, and it was somebody just like prancing around essentially and having fun with it. Just subtle cat boots might be cute. Because you already have some hair clips. I love hair clips that become whiskers because that already is almost whiskers, but like you could have asymmetrical ones here, maybe also. And then you already have a little cat hat that you're wearing. But now I think we have enough subtle little references to cats that it works. Dark Mountains! Oh my god, you guys are so smart. I saw it on Pinterest. That's probably where I saw it. I probably saw it on Pinterest. God, the puns are good today. I'm gonna have to report to Vil that we've been filling the void with our own puns. But yeah, a couple little cat accessories are cute. Just for consistency's sake, I don't think you need these belts on your leg. I feel like they are not serving much of a purpose, other than maybe adding some interest to your leg. But if you want to add some interest to your leg in a way that still feels academic, I'm trying to think of what we could possibly do, because I don't quite know what this object is. It just feels like gold chains that are hanging. I liked them. You liked the belts? What do the belts do? They wrap around the leg. What do they tell us? I don't know if they're telling me chaos. They are crisscrossing a little bit. Nothing? Fair. Okay. What could we add to the leg that is adding something then? We were talking about embroidery with the other design. And I'm wondering if there's something similar we could do here. You know, this is a design that we see on socks often, but I don't think I've actually seen it on pants. You could have like the quintessential cat edge thing. I've seen some trousers that have like a different color on the lower half than they do on the upper half. So maybe you get a darker brown on the lower half of the pants, like under the knee, so that way it doesn't perfectly bisect your leg. And then it has like the little like cat ears on it or something. And then if you want to put a belt or something under this, you could then have the belt, hang on, cinch this in here to create a more cat head-like shape with those two little bumps. Hang on, I know what I'm doing. I'm doing something, it's not working. Hang on. Hang on. There's a vision. I have a vision. These are wrinkles because this is folding near the knee and it's on top of the belt that I've added. It goes like this, and then it sort of interacts with the under edge of the knee. It gets two little things up there, and then we have a belt here that then could probably need to be a different color because I can't see it. Maybe it's leather. Maybe it's just this color also, potentially. And then this belt could have like the bell collar on it, because you already have a bell collar on your neck, I think, that your tie is connected to, but if we repeated that, that maybe wouldn't be a bad idea. And then here's your bell with like whatever things are happening on it. But now this is just a more specific leg element that relates to your motifs a little bit more clearly. Yeah, EG was having a vision. I had a That's So Raven moment. I saw the future and realized I could hide a cat here in a subtle way that might be cute. Yeah. If he loves cats, he should have a cat, which means cat scratches. Oh, that's another potentially good idea, is if you had just a little cat injury. It happens to the best of us. When you get scratched, it ends up being a lighter color, right? Because it like breaks the skin a little bit. I was scratched by a cat. People tend to associate scratches more with werewolves, I think. But, hang on, if I zigzag them, it might read more as a scratch. But, there we go. And then turn down the opacity on it. But that could be a good idea. This fella's got cat scratch fever. No darker because it's scars. Oh, wait, okay. Hang on. We'll make it a scar instead. Sure. Either way, subtle scratches might be nice. If you are somebody who has cats, oh my god, I don't know what kind of cat you have. This might be just like a silly thing to have on a design in general. But you could have cat fur on the design. Like your cat was like brushed against you or something. I always end up with cat fur on my like hip side because my cat used to like always sit there and put his head against my leg. So like this area is prime for a little bit of cat fur. And then that sticks out off the side of the body and adds a little bit of silhouette also. Mm-hmm. Told us you're a 90s kid without saying you're a 90s kid. I am, it's true. That's true. I am. I love That's So Raven. That was one of my favorite shows as a kid. I thought she was so cool. Her fashion was inspired, let me tell you. So colorful, fun silhouettes. It was good. It was good. But yes, I imagine there are 2000s kids who knew That's So Raven also. Werewolves spread by biting. Yeah, but I see like claw scratch motifs often with werewolves because of like those memes where it's like the werewolves like ripping their shirts open, I think, when they're transforming, you know? Yeah. But a little bit of cat fur on the darker elements of the clothing might be kind of funny. Not a ton. Maybe I've done too much. But like, just like a little bit of cat fur. As a cat lover. Yeah. Loved that show when I watched it. Yeah, I liked it too. Rex has a vision. Rex, what's your vision? Do you have a different vision than what I have? I'm curious. So many scars from my cats? I have 0 scars from my cats. My cats were very well-mannered, I would say. The best thing to do is to train cats when they're a kitten that you don't like it when they hurt you, which the best way of doing that is yelping really loudly and, not aggressively, but just yelping really loudly when they hurt you because they understand that they're trying to play and that it's harming you. They sort of get into that like, no, don't tell mom kind of mode. And that worked really well on our cats, and they never like bit or scratched ever after that, unless you were like pissing them off, but like we were nice to our cats and did not piss them off. We respected their boundaries and that worked pretty well. But most of the time I feel like people are injured by cat scratches because of just like cat is playing and doesn't understand he could hurt you from it. It happens. Did it by accident? Yeah, it happens. It happens. Making a noise and pulling away for a moment when they hurt you teaches nicely. Yeah, you like if you like flinch back and like yelp a little bit, that teaches it. They figure it out pretty quickly. They learn it, I think, faster as kittens, because our older cats that showed up from the outdoors took a little longer with that one, but they don't do that stuff anymore. It was pretty good. You've learned a little bit of cat behavioral training now on your Squiiji stream. Don't let anyone tell you my streams are not educational. We learned about dinosaurs and cat behavioral training and probably at least 1 or 2 things about art. Maybe. Can't confirm that. But anyways, design. I think that we've sort of pushed it the extra mile that it needed in terms of just fleshing out some details a little bit more, making some of the details reflect the concept more, and making you just a little bit more chaotic, which would be necessary. EG had/has cats, new lore. I think I've shown my cats before in the Discord server. I grew up with 2 originally, then 3, and then eventually 4 cats. My 2 childhood cats have sadly both passed away at this point. But the 2 other cats still are around. I don't have a cat living with me. I would love to, but I can't afford that, unfortunately. What can you do? But I've had cats. I grew up with cats. I had cats since I was like 6? Onward? Yeah. Still streaming after 2 hours? Scorched Earth, I streamed for 4 hours. What do you mean? I'm still gonna be here until 6 p.m. I still got a whole another hour. But I think we can start grading this one. Oh, you know what we didn't really do much of? We didn't really improve the coffee motif, which, funny enough, if you wrinkle the end of this sleeve in a particular way, where it gets that little, like, diamond-y thing, it'll look like a coffee filter. And that will be a subtle nod to coffee, also. Especially if your sleeves end up with a brown stain on them that feels coffee-like, that could also work in that department. But this might be trying to do too many things right now. Academic, student, coffee, cat, artist is potentially a lot, but I think we've done a decent job with it, maybe? Oh, Gray Kitty's with you. Say hi to your cats for me, please. Cat Pacino. Oh, you guys have such good ideas for this. What the heck? Hey. 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 And chaos. Oh, and chaos. There's a lot of elements to balance here. I think you've done somewhat of a decent job with it, but we could make the chaos stronger. We could make the cat elements stronger. And you have some elements that aren't adding anything to either of those angles. So I'm gonna put you there. Katsuko says, meow. Tell him I say, meow, meow, back. I'm not just repeating what he said. I promise that means something new in cat language. Yes. Cafe Nanette. You guys have very cute little names for cat things. I wonder if there could be an angle of this fella's concept that relates to doing your homework in cafes. That's something I never did because I really don't like being in public if I don't have to be. That's a sad sentence. I'm a bit of a homebody. I like the comfort of my own four walls and listening to music, and I'm pretty good at locking in to get work done. I know people work in cafes because they need like the co-working, or because they're in public, they lock in better. I can't do that. But there could be a good angle there between liking coffee, doing academic things, being an artist. Maybe you sketch people when you're in public. I don't know. Something like that could be related concept-wise here and might work nicely. But anyways, other things for the design. Complexity versus clarity. Some of your details need to be more specific to your concept and to the design in general, but I do like the Argyle sweater being a cat. That's cute, that's clever. Focal point. Sadly, I think the sweater is winning as a focal point, despite the fact that your eyes have a really bright, intense blue in them. Here, they're competing a little bit more, but I feel like they're not competing as strongly as they need to. I do like the way that you've used blue for the undertones of the hair, and the hair being nice and dark is helping me to come to your face more easily. Maybe we do just need more of like a darker blush. And maybe I need to see more of your eyes behind your hair. I see that you also have a little bit of like slit pupils. And maybe if your hair wasn't covering your eyes quite so much, we could see that better, and that would also relate to the cat angle. Maybe instead of having hair that's so long it sits over your eyes, you have hair that sticks out off the side of your head more and more crazily. Hang on, airbrush this, I did too much. Not everyone wants an EG blush. That's just a me thing. Not everyone needs to have their face be glowing at 5,000 degrees. There we go. And then hair maybe sticking out a little bit more. I've kind of given you like whiskers on the side of your head from your hair, which is fine. Maybe, similarly, we could take a little bit of a cooler blue and put it in some of the streaks around your face, too. Maybe. Did I add a new layer? Let's add a new layer. Make it a little lighter. And then, there we go. So that these ones become a color that's more similar to your eyes when they're closer to your face a little bit. And then maybe you get like one more streak or something for asymmetry. Yeah. Duna, thank you for following. I appreciate it. That was weird. I like heard the noise, but I like didn't hear the noise. Does that make sense? The noise came in, but like didn't actually. I like feel like I heard it, but it was in another room. Interesting. But I think adding a little bit more of that teal in the hair is really helping your face to be more focal in this case. I think your sock, if we pushed it back, would be the last thing I would change for silhouette reasons. Or not silhouette reasons, for focal point reasons. Multiply, 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 multiply. Not this dark, but just a little darker. Like that, maybe. If you push your whites to be a little bit more cream, that may also help with the coffee feeling too, a little bit. But now we're shifting the higher contrast area to be closer to your face. Yes. There we go. Let me yellow these maybe a little bit too. Maybe the yellowing at the ends of the sleeves could also remind us of like yellowed parchment in like an academic or artist sense. Maybe this fella wasn't using acid-free materials. So things are getting stained from acid decay. No! No! More like venti. Oh, I see people who are thinking about Genshin in relation to this. I think you're seeing Kinich, or Kinich, how do you say his name? Because of the dark hair with light streaks in it, but I've made the hair a little bit more venti-like, perhaps. And the shorts on one side probably feels a little bit venti-inspired. But, let me keep grading. Focal point. You're doing some of the right things for your face, but it's not working all the way, unfortunately. Silhouette. Did I even talk about silhouette? I don't think I did. Silhouette here I think is working better than it is over here. the way that your shirt sort of sits outside of your suspenders, I think is a good moment for silhouette, as is the suspender falling off on one side. But I don't know if you actually have enough elements that are touching the outside of your design in a unique manner. The tail helps. The paintbrush, I would say, helps. The sleeves are specific. Maybe it's not actually that bad. Maybe it's okay. There's a lot of asymmetry, but we were saying it needed more when we were doing some edits, or more asymmetry that made sense. Your little head accessory, I think, is doing some of the heavy lifting for your head also. I think I'm gonna put you... maybe? Usually I'm pretty confident when I'm doing grading, but today I'm second guessing myself more than usual. Color design. I think you had the color design more worked out here than you did here, so I'm gonna give you the points for it here, because the only edits I made here as far as color goes were just stealing things from here and putting them over here. And then maybe adding a little bit of blue, but that was for focal point reasons. So I'll put that there, perhaps. I follow this person on YouTube and didn't know they had a Twitch. 4-Leaf Island? Why are we talking about 4-Leaf Island? we also have rated that person from time to time, because they make some cool, fun art and they have a nice style. But where did that come from? How did that come up? We're kind of all over the place right now. But anyways, I think we have a grade here. What is this? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10? 7 out of 10. That works. I love them. I don't even know. Fair. I have no idea how half the subjects come up on stream when they do. But can we get a round of applause for Nekona, pretty please? Somehow we had cat and artist 2 in a row here for brown also. If your color palette is brown, I diagnose you as probably someone related to bones, cats, or artists. There seems to be nothing else. It seems to only be those things, potentially. Bam. He's playing the grading system. I have a rubric that I use where each category can score up to 2 points. So then those points all come together to get a score out of 10. 5 out of 10 is about average. 7 out of 10 is significantly above average. So this is above average. There's something else, but no one ever chooses that motif. Rex! Rex, I swear to God. Rex, I'm looking at you. I see you. Don't make me. Brown bears. Sure. That's definitely what you meant. I believe you. Sure. Holiday May! Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Thank you, Nekona, for submitting your design, and thank you, Shroomates, for all of your feedback for the design. Chocolate, we do see that. Ground and earth and soil and stuff. True. I'm glad you're all being mature adults. Thank you. Rex is talking about the brown mushrooms. Yeah, LBMs as they're called. Little brown mushrooms that cannot be identified as far as their species goes without looking at them under a microscope. That's definitely what we're talking about. And yes, now we do have maybe more bones? Yeah, we have more bones. Bones are happening. There's more bones. Hi, how's stream going? It's going well. I was on time with critiques, and now I'm a little behind time, but that's what happens sometimes. Also, hi, Memority! Part-time employed and work during your streams now. No! I work during my streams now, too! Sometimes. It happens to the best of us, but welcome back! I hope work is going well for you, though. This one's active? Yes. And this one has a really good, like, one-to-one Vroid model that I think works really effectively. This is, unfortunately, a really small image. I guess I could have grabbed their Vroid model and used that instead, but that's not what they submitted, and I feel weird doing that. I feel weird grabbing art that wasn't submitted because I don't know if their Vroid modeler would consent to what ends up being their work being critiqued, you know? But anyways, this is Honeydew, who uses she/her pronouns and can be found at HoneydewVT. She's an ex-guardian of hell. She's in the other or overworld to escape the monotony of the underworld. Sinners, sinners, and more sinners. Fair. And you know what? You do have elements that are related to hell. We do think of, like, hellhounds as being a particular type of animal that are somewhat Doberman-like. And you do have ears that are sharp and pointy in a way that feels related to that. You've got a nice fiery motif. We do tend to think of hell as having the deep depths of flames where you will burn for all of eternity. And that's coming across. I see that. You've got some bones. Hell is a place we go in the afterlife after your flesh has maybe rotted and left you as just bones. Happens. Love this concept immediately. Heterochromia is great. Hi, Buzzle! Heterochromia is something I will always accept in dogs because dogs are a species of animal that it happens with above average frequency in. So, heterochromia, that's fine. I'm not always a fan of it, but I think it makes sense for a dog. Also, yes, do like some big exaggerated shoes. I think their level of exaggeration here is maybe a bit more effective. Here, they're still just maybe a little too small for me. Make them nice and big and chunky if you're gonna make them chunky at all. I also like that they're repeating the sort of like spiked collar motif. Oh, I probably can't do this at the same time or the ankles will get further apart, but there we go. Chunk them up. Make them chunky. Oh, well, that's fine. I didn't duplicate the thing. Hang on. Undo. There we go. Bam. Wrong layer, Eej. You need that for bingo, maybe. Here we go. Okay. So, having edited that, we're already making some tweaks to silhouette. I think that we could give you a slightly more interesting silhouette. I like your hair. I like the negative space that you have here. I like the subtle asymmetry in the way that your hair is pulled back across your head. Your little dog bone charms in your hair also work pretty nicely. I think your hair might be piled just a little too high on your head. Usually I'm all for exaggeration, but we do lose the silhouette of your ears, unfortunately. And I think we would benefit from being able to see your ear silhouette a little more clearly. I'm not saying to reduce volume that much, just like a little off the top, so that we can see those points more clearly. And so that your ears aren't the same exact height as like this hair element is here. Maybe the hair just goes behind this accessory in the back. So we can still tell that your hair's half pulled up because we can see that back there, but now your ears read a little bit more clearly. Their hair is potentially locked. It's kind of hard to tell with the low res situation. These could be braids and I maybe just can't see the line art, but they could be locks also. But yeah, just a little bit less of them happening there. I like this negative space element you have there, and I feel like hair that is locked or braided works really well for getting negative space pockets in because hair is already chunked into separate little segments so nicely. So being able to see more of those little negative space pockets might also be kind of nice. Given the size of the hair, I think the braids would be bigger / clearer. That's fair. That could be true. Can you see me leaning in? I'm leaning forward to look. The reason I was thinking there might be braids is because I thought that this right here, like I thought there were shapes that might be like braided chunks, but that might not be what it is. I may be misreading it. But, you know, if we turn this up at the end, if we add a little bit of a gap in here, we can still make your hair nice and like dense and thick, but we can still add a little more negative space into it. And like maybe we just need a negative space pocket in here a little bit somewhere to match the one that's on that side of the head. I think that works. That makes sense. Part of the face missing skin or something. I like that actually. It might be, but I'm actually not super sure. I'm losing against the hair right now, which seems to be partially because of the resolution, but also potentially because they just share color too much. If it's scarred, maybe it doesn't need to be that dark. Let me just take the flesh tone, which trying to figure out what the flesh tone is kind of tough here. There's like 18 different flesh tones from the crushing of the image. And hang on, bear with me. I'm not getting rid of it entirely, but I'm just gonna go like this so that I can make out the side of the face more clearly. If the face was like more one flat color, instead of all of these billions of colors from JPEG noise, I think we'd be able to make out the scar pretty clearly on the face and be able to tell that it is not a part of the hair from a distance. Do you see how that's reading a little bit better from back here? Yeah, last compression. But yes, there is scarring, which then relates to the eye being damaged. I do think that the eye is maybe getting a little bit lost into the edge of the hair too. maybe your eyelashes could be even more brightly saturated here, where they are against your hair. So that it makes your face super focal. Because you are dealing with something in this design that is tough, which is reds that really want to grab our focus and our attention. Ah, Rand Daniel, welcome back! Just got the most insane mechanical face mask ad. Subscription save me. Oh no! There have been some weird ads recently, and I'm so sorry, but welcome back to rotation! I hope you enjoy it! The whites of the eyes are black. Yes, the whites of the eye is black here. Or red, at least. Oh, but the thing I was going to say is that we do need to help your face to outcompete your sleeves because of color also. I love your Guy Fieri flames. I'm a fan of that. It makes sense for the concept. And for your silhouette, I might even exaggerate your sleeves even further to give them just like a little more weight. There we go. See, that was another weird sound. That sound sounded like it was from somewhere else. It sounds like I'm hearing my audio, not just from the room I'm in right now, but it sounds like there's a speaker in my living room that's playing it. I wonder if Jubby has my stream on out there. Because of your new headphones, it might be. It might just be that I need to get used to it. But like, it's the only thing that sounds out of place. Like the music sounds normal. I don't know. Maybe you're a bit haunted. God, I hope not. Please say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. I don't want to be. Thank you for the water. Although the water does sound kind of muffled too. I don't know. Thank you. Oh, bye, Milky Way. Thank you for stopping by. You know what? Making the ears fiery is a good idea because the ears are also getting lost against the hair, which may be the product of the compression also, unfortunately. But if the ears were more orange and red and maybe slightly flame-like, that could help. Not that you can see what I'm doing at all because I'm blocking the way. You don't get to see what I'm doing. I'm making edits. I'll tell you about them later. They're nothing to worry about. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Don't worry. Nothing to worry about. Hang on. Wait. Nope. Hang on. Wait. EG, don't move. EG, don't move. I'm being silly. I'm being silly. Wait, actually, one of the edits I've made now just to be silly is something that I feel like would be worthwhile. I'm always making the image too blurry. No. My husband's headphones are the same. Whoops. I gave her a mustache and a goatee and a tongue out. I gave her a slit in her eyebrow, but I actually kind of like that. I feel like a slit eyebrow, especially on the side of the head where the damage has occurred, would fit with the, like, punk style, interestingly, and add a little bit of asymmetry, you know? I was trying to figure out what to doodle on her face that wouldn't be too mean, and I was like, you know what? The old classic. You fall asleep at the sleepover, you get a mustache. That's how it goes. But a slit eyebrow, maybe, could be interesting and nice. I did make the ears more fiery. I do worry with making them orange that they may read as a fox before a dog or like a hellhound. But maybe the fire motif is clear enough. You went full Jigglypuff? What? Does Jigglypuff draw on people's faces? I haven't watched a ton of Pokemon. They might do that though. Jigglypuff does put people to sleep, so that wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility. Maybe. But some sort of bright colored ear might work. Should the ears just read as a bat for me? Really? I feel like they're tall and thin enough that they don't read as bat-like to me. But it might just be that they're like arcing forward a little bit at the tip, where if they were like perfectly straight up and down, that might read a little bit more clearly. But that is helping me to look at the face a little bit more. Ex-Guardian of Hell. What else could we do with that? Question we asked someone before. You're an ex-Guardian of Hell. Were you a hellhound that was guarding hell? Maybe we can look at particular references of how hellhounds are depicted and what features they tend to have. Do they have little fangs? Do they have things like that? Would love a hell employee badge. That would be funny, but they're an ex-guardian of hell. They don't work there anymore. You're not gonna wear your badge from your past place of employment. No way. No way. I think the right design is more hellhoundy. This one, yes. I agree with that. This is more hellhoundy, but I think that's mostly coming from the fact that we can see the less human hands. And I feel like your base design could just have bigger, less human hands. And that would be cool and fun for concept reasons. It's something that's working well over here. And maybe your clothing, because you're not working for hell anymore, maybe your clothing isn't in as great of shape anymore. And we can see your arm through here and it's fur or something like sticking out. Where like that transition occurs in the arm, then that's more asymmetry, you know? Might be fangs. It might be fangs, but it might also be compression. I can't tell. Just because they're an ex-hell or ex-guardian of hell doesn't mean they're unemployed. Maybe they're employed. But there's just some elements that I think maybe could use more exaggeration. Your shorts are all torn up. Maybe tear them up even more. Your belts on your leg feel a little bit thin compared to the ones elsewhere in the design. Everything else is pretty exaggerated in its scale, so this just might be a little bit more consistent. You could also go for the classic like VTuber tight belt around thigh situation, where you get a little bit of that squish and that adds a little bit of contrast to your silhouette for your leg in an interesting way. It might be worthwhile to bring your spikes from your collar onto your cuffs here also, just for repetition's sake. And then because that also adds something nice to the silhouette. I don't know why I'm making those face upwards. The leg, it should be going down. And you can't really see the silver super clearly against the background, but just believe me that it's there and it's happening. Yeah. Like an ex-security or prison guard. Oh, that might be interesting to reference. Like if you had elements that were almost referential of like a security guard, but like not being worn properly, like you've partially taken it off, or like you're wearing your shirt unbuttoned, like you have just only recently, immediately jumped out of hell. You said never mind, and you've exited super recently. The only Nordic hellhound reference I'm aware of is the Hounds of the Wild Hunt, but there's a lot of syncretism that happened with Christianity that gave a lot of things a hell flavor, so hard to say. Ah, interesting. The only hellhound I can recall is Garmer, which is a bound wolf in Helheim that some argue is Fenrir. Oh, okay. Interesting. Intriguing. Okay. There are some motifs in this design that I'm also trying to figure out the meaning of. So like, I see there's like a barbed wire thing happening on the leg, which I imagine is going to be related to being somebody who is an ex-guardian of hell. Barbed wire is something that is used to keep either people in or people out. So that's an interesting thing. I wonder if there's some way we could use the barbed wire somewhere else. Where maybe you have like a piece of barbed wire. I need a brighter color. Piece of barbed wire. You know how barbed wire often like spirals or something? You could like wrap barbed wire around something and then it could have its like little thingies, and maybe it's like looser and wilder and it's like not perfectly symmetrical around this because it's been damaged over time. That might be adding too much to the chest area. Maybe there's somewhere else we could put it. Oh, the TOS violation. Hang on. Suggestion, be careful. Can't show that. Nope. Coil around the upper arm. Maybe. Perhaps. But I think that that's something that's clever that could relate to the Guardian of Hell angle a little bit. Like, you ripped through the barbed wire on your way out as you escaped. I don't know if you technically escaped, but as you left. And then, as a result, it's just like stuck clinging to you still a little bit. just as like one little extra detail, you know? I think the harness is presumably supposed to be skin tight. Yeah, I do realize that. Why is that such a common occurrence? Why is what? The straps showing over the shorts? I think it's just something people find particularly, I guess I'll say attractive in a design. It creates interesting shapes, but unfortunately for Twitch's sake, you can't be doing that. Yeah, it's appealing. It's appealing to some fellas. Anyways, there's also a heart motif that's happening here, which is interesting. You've got a heart on the chest, and then I think that's what this shape here is, which is interesting. Oh, this might be goofy, but I feel like if you have the bone accessory for your head, your belt buckle could also be a bone. I just worry about jokes with it being in this area of the body, and we're not going to say anything more about it than that. I will just leave this as alluding to something, but I feel like that's kind of funny. Might just be a harness a la both punk stuff and dogs. Oh, maybe also, yeah. Maybe a dog tag, but it's a bit scratched out, like it's not relevant anymore. Maybe that could be an element that makes sense to have up here. Is this still all in this layer? Yeah, this is not. Get rid of this. Nope. What layer is that? What layer is that? This layer. There we go. Maybe you do have like a dog tag that has been scratched out. I belong to nobody. What song is that? Oh no, you belong to nobody. Mornings, shapes like warnings. What song is that? I'm not doing a good enough rendition of it for any of you to understand what I'm talking about. Yeah. She ain't nothing but a hellhound, freshly unemployed. No! Who's saying she's unemployed? She might not be unemployed. She just doesn't work for hell anymore. Wouldn't the middle harness be squished between the chest? Maybe, but if it's not super tight, it might not be. And if it's bugging us the way that it is, it could just be worn underneath that shirt instead of on top of it, you know? I'm so close to bingo. Did we have J fashion today? I'm not as close to it as I wish I was. And I could do two things that would make me closer, intentionally. Oh wait, I lied. Okay, hang on. Never mind. Anyways, collar having a charm on it that's been scratched out. You don't belong to anybody. Hell yeah. Freedom in the overworld is nice. Had bingo since the demon one. I just noticed that I actually have had 2 bingos for potentially a very long time. And I don't know how long I've had 2 bingos for because I wasn't paying attention. We'll talk about that later. We'll go over which ones I got. But I think those are just a couple little edits for concept that may be beneficial. Oh, I didn't even see this before, and this is definitely the fault of the low res, but you've got little claws, you've got feet, you have paws on your shoes. Hell yeah. And then the bottom of the shoes have like a whole squishy paw on them too, which is very cute. So I think that works pretty well. Oh, the other reason why I feel like this is working specifically as a design too is this really extreme hook that happens as a transition from arm to paw. And I feel like having a similarly extreme transition in the sleeve shape to fill a similar role would probably be nice, just because it's exaggerating a lot. This concave shape is really nice here. It's almost like a bite was taken out of the silhouette. Mmm, delicious, scrumptious. More of that, please. Maybe we could even see, like, if you're somebody who's, like, partially a wolf or hellhound in some capacity, maybe we can see that, like, you have, like, fur sticking out of something. I was already trying to do that with your sleeve. But, like, maybe this sock is hiding the fact that your legs aren't completely human. I didn't do a good job of drawing that shape. And then we get fur that sticks out of all the little tear bits in there. And then that's something nice for silhouette also. Oh. And I know this was for a V-Roid model, but trust me when I tell you, you can use hair in V-Roid for many, 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 many things. Many things. Next extreme poll could be how many bingos will there be? That's fair. We could do 0, 1, 2, or 3, because I have gotten 3 bingos before in one stream. It's happened. It's possible. You never know. I think I fully found the shoes they referenced off of. There are a couple of shoes that are similar to this type of thing. Boob fur. That's an interesting sentence. But you know what? Chest fur would probably also be kind of fun. That may be an acquired taste type of thing, and I don't know if that is like the type of appeal that this kind of person is maybe going for. Not this kind of person, but like that she is going for. She? Yeah, she, her. Sorry. At a pronoun moment. But maybe, possibly, maybe, why not? Why not? I meant total including chat, but that also works. Oh, that'd be hard to figure out. That would be hard. That'd be tough because you guys could lie to make yourself win. And it'd be hard to round up and count all of that, you know? Unless I made you all send it in a particular channel and we only count the ones that are sent in there. Maybe. I'll solid maybe it. Anyways, editing. I feel like there might be just slightly too much happening on this sock compared to everything else. The pattern work here is way more specific and detailed than anything else in the design is. Same with the shoes. It feels like all of the more realistic detail is occurring down here. The shoes are really specific. This sock is really specific. This sock was very specific. This sweater, maybe not so specific. I would push you to maybe find a particular reference for some sort of interesting off-the-shoulder jacket, maybe a leather jacket. They make some interesting like canvas jackets. There's hoodies that have more specific shapes to them. Something that could add some level of flavor or pizzazz to the shape of the hoodie. I think we may just be tired of seeing hoodies in VTuber design, which is not your fault, and not a reason necessarily to change it, but it might make the silhouette more unique if it was different, you know? Already, I think your hair is doing something good for your silhouette, but yeah, there were definitely ways we could push the silhouette a little bit more. Push a little more asymmetry into the silhouette, too. Let me mark my grades down. Here. Bam. So, color palette. I think the only clarity issue is just going to be from shading. Like, I can't tell where your arms go behind your back, but otherwise you don't have a lot of super dark colors bordering super dark colors. Your hair may benefit from having, like, a light gradient in here. We've seen this a couple times before, where you'll push the inside of the hair lighter instead of darker. Nope, not glow dodge. There we go, add glow. Just for clarity's sake. Sometimes they'll do it with like a blue color. So that way it's not that the hair is actually a different color on the inside, it's just brighter so we can see the collar. We need something to delineate where the arms are against the side of the body a little bit more clearly, but otherwise I think the clarity is mostly okay. Oh, and the side of your face. The more I'm saying, the more I'm realizing, maybe here, perhaps. Yeah. And the side drawing, the ends of the hair has an orange gradient. Oh, you're right! That orange gradient would help with the silhouette, and it would also help with the... or not silhouette, the clarity, and also focal point. If you had more little bits of orange up around your face. I wonder if their Vroid model has that. Because then we're adding just more orange around the head. But there we go. For silhouette, I think you just need to push some elements a little bit more. Your sleeves had a very, like, chunky shape that didn't feel like it had, like, a realistic amount of weight to it. And it could also be wider at the bottom. Your hands being wider and more exaggerated here works really well for your silhouette. So I want to see more of that. And then push some of that asymmetry coming from your socks to touch the outside of the body, to impact the outer shape. Tuck your thighs in a little bit where the belts are tight around your leg. Maybe put some fur in this area or something. More little negative space patches in your hair would be nice. But we can push the silhouette a little more. Flexi versus clarity wise, I think there was like one or two details that I thought could be more specific, like your belt. But otherwise I wasn't too worried about this. I'm gonna put you here. It's kind of minimal. Oh wait, but I think there'd be a better choice for just a shirt. Or for a sweater. Focal point, it's your sleeves, unfortunately. And I'm not sure that your head's doing much to compete outside of your one bright red eye. So I'm gonna put you there. And then finally, concept and motifs. Hellhound. I can't see your tail in this version, but the tail appearing here makes sense. My cold read of your design was that you were a hellish dog, which is hellhound, and then relates to hell, clearly enough. Your name is rather interesting compared to what your concept is, but I think I'm able to glean what you're going for. Dog-like elements are here, hell-like elements are also here. Did we do anything that changed either of those? Oh, we were trying to just add a couple details that relate to the fact that you are no longer working for hell, and that you are no longer involved in guarding hell, but you may once have been. So I think that's the grade here, more or less. We didn't really do anything to make your head more focal, but if we just make your sleeves not so saturated, especially at the bottom, almost like they're being pushed into shadow, then that'll make your head more focal. Like if we just go like that, already your head is now the focal point, especially with the orange tips of hair that you already had. And those still read clearly as being orange and red. So, what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.5 out of 10? I think that's correct math. Right? Whoa, hello, can I draw? No? There we go. Wahoo! Good work, honeydew! Thank you for submitting your design for critique. Can we get a round of applause? Pretty please, if you'd be so kind, crewmates. Oh, look! Fangs! Right here. There are fangs. And also there's piercings that look like fangs also. That's clever. I like that. That works. We just didn't see it because I was too focused on having the screen over here. I should have looked over here. It's on the reference. But thank you for submitting. Good work. Let me save this. Let's see if I can beat the clock. I don't know if I can do a VTuber design critique in 20 minutes, but we'll figure it out. We'll find out if I can or not. It's always right down to the line if I can get through 6 or not in one stream. I still think back on my first stream that we did this in and how I did 10 and prepared 50. What's wrong with me? Why did I do that? I always think I can do more than I can. Every once in a while, even like 2 weeks ago, I was like, we can redesign 2 Cookie Run Kingdom characters in one stream because they're simple in their design. No. No. Who do you think you are? This is the only time my hubris gets the best of me, is that I think I'm faster at things than I am. I'm always right when it comes to thinking I can do things or not. I'm always right, because the answer is I can always do it. I will always win. However, I'm never right when it comes to figuring out how long it takes me to do something. Anyways, more dinosaur theming. This is Pay Leo, who is someone who goes by he, they pronouns and can be found at pay__Leo. The current image is actually a somewhat new redesign that I'm not 100% happy with, as it's kind of a departure from my normal design, hence why I'd love some professional input on it, lol. But it keeps all the important elements, so it is still very much recognizable as Pay. The design is largely based on me IRL, aiming to be somewhat androgynous, with a lean towards the feminine. The clothing / name / lore, inspiration otherwise, mainly comes from my obsession with paleontology and ancient flora / fauna. There's supposed to be some nature-y and fieldwork-y vibes to the outfit. Outside of that, I mainly wanted to feel comfortable wearing, in quotes, the model, hence why it's not super fantasy or sci-fi. Instead, just me with an extravagant outfit and one of our pet rats as an extra. Rat? Rat? Where's Rat? Rats! Yeah! Rats are friends! I love rats. They're so cute little guys. I used to have rats also. I'm talking about EG's many pets over stream. Rats are cute little guys. I highly recommend Dumbo rats as a pet because they're really cute. Anyway, sorry for shouting. What I would specifically like to know about is if the hat is recognizable enough to sort of function as the focal point of the design / brand. It's the most consistent part of all my models / redesigns, and it's kind of become my most recognizable symbol, but I wonder if that's simply because I'm exposed to it so much, or if it's because it's genuinely unique / recognizable enough to function as such. Another thing I'd want specific input on is if the design is too generic, Since the intention was for it to kind of look like me, I fear it's come out a bit generic and uninteresting in the end, with not much separating it from generic anime person design. Interesting. So I'm gonna say something first off, which is that I don't think I've seen a hat in this style in VTubing other than you. So immediately that to me makes it unique. And I could tell that you were drawing inspiration from sort of like field researcher types of outfits from the hat, from the style of shorts, and from the fact that you're wearing socks that cover your legs and like brown shoes. I feel like those elements come across pretty clearly to me, and they do point me in the right direction about your concept. However, I do feel like the design for your shirt and like the crisscrossing belt element on your stomach is maybe a little confusing and doesn't necessarily point me as fully towards paleontology as it could. For the fact that you're a paleontologist, no bones. No bones, no fossils. I'm not seeing any tools that relate to what you do as a paleontologist. I know that a lot of the time you are working in like a lab using microscopes and things like that, unless you are somebody who is doing like fieldwork anthropology, or not anthropology, paleontology. But something as simple as having like, you know, a fern, hang on, embossed into your pants, almost like it is, oh, how do I draw a fern? Almost like when you see like the prints left by plants. Could be a very clever reference to just a part of paleontology, which is that a lot of things that we find as relics of the past aren't actually fossils. A lot of them are imprints. So if we have something that feels like an imprint in your pants or something that relates to something, yeah, carbonized plant fossil patterns, that might be a good reference. I do see that your shirt says pay, as in paleontology, with the the magnifying glass being the P, which makes sense. I was talking more about the shape of the shirt, more so than like the print on the shirt, maybe. Need some dirt on the outfit because of field work, that's fair. More trilobites. Also, sure. I feel like this location for a patch is a little bit strange. If you want to have a patch, whoops, that has this little star on it, don't put it right between your legs. Unfortunately, it's very bright in a dark area and it's gonna make people look there. So like, I might just move this patch to be here instead. And I don't know how specifically a star relates to paleontology, but there could be something else we could reference on the patch itself, where maybe that is where we get like a trilobite or something. They did say they specialize in flora, but they said flora and fauna, right? Where was that? Oh, there's a lot of text here to look through. Paleontology and ancient flora/fauna. So maybe we can have a combination of both. Be a reference to tree stars like in Land Before Time. If that's the case, I would want to see a leaf or a tree or something, but this is my trilobite drawing. That looks like a trilobite, right? Close enough. And then there's like stitch work on it or something. But that's still a small element. I feel like we need bigger areas that suggest paleontology. What about that gem you see in Jurassic Park that bugs are inside of? Amber? This is our second amber mention this stream. You could have something that is jewelry that is made out of amber, maybe. Oh, you're wearing a bandana around your neck too, which is also a very specific thing for field work, as like a duster to keep stuff from getting in your mouth and your nose and stuff. Make it bigger, exaggerate it more, because I almost didn't even realize that's what that was. And similarly, tie it off on one side so that it can add more to your silhouette too. Like maybe we can see that, whoops, it's tied over here. This is very similar in color and value to the background, which is my fault. But if I go like this and outline it, and since these are behind the body, I make them darker, that'll work a little better. Today I've been a little bit sketchier for my paint overs for critique, and I do apologize for that. I know sometimes it's more helpful to see a cleaner paint over, but sometimes it's just not a drawing day for me. I had a non-drawing day last Wednesday, which was kind of embarrassing. Happens to the best of us. Oh, and there was some pattern work on this that could also come back, potentially, too. Yeah. Yeah. Call back to the first critique of the day. Yes. You have something on your neck that feels like mildly mechanical, and I'm not sure I know what it is. It almost feels like you have a bolt in your throat. Is this looks like a, what do you call it, a tracheectomy thing? Which if that is something that you yourself have, that could be interesting to keep as like a design element, but I've almost have a feeling that's not what it is. I don't quite know, but it's interesting. Also, I feel like your bandana might be better off brown now that I'm looking at it from a distance, because we don't have much brown in the upper body. It's really all in the lower body. So it might be nice to sandwich some of the blue elements between brown elements a little bit more. This is brown VTuber design critiques today, after all. I say as if that matters. But there we go. Bigger bandana, brown bandana, maybe also Nautilus fossils. Sure, that could be another good one. Oh, I wonder if like a tattoo might be nice. I know that you're basing this on yourself and what you look like, but you know, if you're somebody who's obsessed with paleontology, maybe a Nautilus tattoo would not be an unusual thing for you to have gotten. And maybe it doesn't even have to be like a super dark thing, but if we could see that there's like some sort of like spiraling shell-like thing on your arm. Hang on, I haven't done a good job of this. Get rid of that. Hang on. We're like, there we go. And we can see like all little sections in the shell, and then it has like its little thing here or something. That could be just like another nice little nod to something paleontology related. I didn't draw it very well. You could draw it better or have it drawn better for you than what I've done just now really quickly, you know. What other good fossils are there? I know ferns are something we see a lot of. Maybe ferns would be a good motif to have in general. Maybe you could even have the shape of the tie here be fern-like. I love drawing ferns where they kind of go like this. Oh, a little bit with their edges, which is just a super simplified way of drawing a fern. But that could be a nice idea. Tattoo looks like something that's a joke we can't make. I didn't mean for it to. I should draw a more simplified snail. And that'd probably help, but. Hang on. Snail. Snail. This is definitely what a snail looks like, right? Snail. Yes. Put a star-shaped fruit and fossils, or fruit fossil in live suggestions if needed. Thanks! Spiral shape instead of a star in the purple patch is a reference to Nautilus fossils. Sure. But yeah, finding more places we can reference specific fossils would be very nice. The shape of your belt almost made me think of a skull for a second. I don't know why I thought this was a nose, but you could have this be something that's like a reference to like, just like a really cartoony dinosaur skull. Where like this is the eye hole of the belt is the eye of where like the dinosaur's socket for an eyeball would have been, you know? But then that's further customizing the outfit a little bit in a way that is pointing us in the direction of bones, you know? And that's more specific, maybe, you know, patchy skull buckle. It almost looks like I gave you a dry bones there. But like that might be particularly possibly nice. But yeah, I just think overall we need more references to the paleontology. You are dressed like a paleontologist, somewhat well enough, but if you hadn't told me that you were
you're not completely anonymous anymore. I've seen your belly button.
What? What's that mean, Gary? Huh? Who's trying to be anonymous? What does that have to do with belly buttons? Me? My belly button? You can't see. You can see my belly button through my shirt, but that doesn't matter. What? Gary, I don't know what you're talking about. Gary, what are you on about? Parasophalophagus flute? What? Pays is exposed? That's fine. That's okay. What do you mean? Confusion. What does that have to do with anonymity? The word here says androgyny, not anonymity. It's a quote? Oh, okay. It's a quote. I just don't know what it is. EG's out of the loop. Whips. Whoopsie. Whips. Happens the best of us. By that I mean me. Quote from the new Spider-Man movie. which I have not seen and I'm unlikely to see. But, paleontologist. I can tell that you are a scientist and a field researcher. I think the hat is probably a pretty decent nudge about paleontology, because I feel like I mostly see this hat associated with like safari and things like that. I'm making it bigger because more exaggeration is almost always enjoyable and desirable. But I feel like when I see these type of hats, they're usually real big. And for your little rat friend here, I know that he's probably realistically scaled right now, but just make him a little bigger, because I definitely can't see him from a distance, and I personally would love to see him from a distance. Or her. I don't know if you specified the gender of your rat, and I'm sorry if I've misgendered your rat. But bigger hat, just a little bigger. A little more round, because it also feels like it wasn't following the shape of your hair quite properly, you know? This bow, I think, it doesn't look like it's tied naturally right now either. The fact that the bow is so upright is a little bit odd. There we go. I'm gonna make this thicker. Then I need to move this layer up. There we go. So that it can hang in front of you. And then a lot of the time, your bow will hang down like that, maybe. More than anything else. And honestly, it'd probably be behind your hair instead of in front of it, because it'd be closer to your chest. So I think for me, there's a little bit of like a devil in the details situation happening here. I can't believe I didn't say that in relation to the demon we were looking at earlier. Oh, come on. The puns come to me too late. But just making things make sense visually really can go a long way sometimes, where if everything is overlapping in a way that works out and makes sense, that helps. If, you know, gravity is working the way that we would assume it might, that also helps. So sometimes elements not feeling quite right about a design is less about the design itself and more about executing certain elements. I'm sorry to have failed you. It's okay. It'll be okay, I promise. Dirty knees and gloves from digging a lot for fossils. Maybe. I think the gloves might need to be a lighter color right now, because I didn't actually realize this fellow was wearing gloves. Let me add some glow on here. This is gonna make them really saturated. Maybe I need to do that instead. There we go. And then turn it down. So that the gloves are more similar in color to like the socks? I think those are socks. I couldn't see him otherwise. If you're wearing shorts, you'd probably want like a knee guard or something. Maybe. These do seem like dusters. I feel like these would almost work better if they were just like tights or like leggings that went all the way up your leg underneath. And I don't know if we need these little claspy things that are holding them on, because I feel like for as much as like, what do you call them? Garters that hold socks on are practical for holding your socks on, they're still not that practical. A lot of the time, I feel like have you ever seen like a performance? I see this in J-pop sometimes, where they'll be performing and suddenly one of their little garter things goes like slingshots off of it, and then their sock just falls down on that side until they get to fix it after the next song. I feel like I've seen that somewhat frequently. If you want a dark element in this area, maybe we go for pattern or something else, because if we're talking about practicality, that's impractical. If you don't worry about practicality, then don't worry about it, but it feels a little bit impractical to me right now. You know? Yeah. Still looks good to me? Fair enough. Fair enough. Just food for thought. Just things to consider. You don't have to change it if you like it, but maybe it's fine. Your shoes also look like loafers a little bit to me. Oh, hello! We've been rated! Oh, we got double rated! YouTube and Twitch rated! Hi, Mara! Mara, I actually have your design downloaded. It's in my purple folder right now, I think. Hi! Welcome in! I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. We're doing deeper design critiques for brown color palette having fellas today. Wahoo! Double raid? Thanks! You know what? I don't know if I never get to raid on YouTube, because I have a thing where for some reason I can't raid unless I have 20 viewers on YouTube, and most of my fellows are usually on Twitch, but double raiding the same person seems nice and convenient. I'll have to think about that and keep that in mind and see if that's possible. But anyways, thank you mods for getting the shout out. It seems like you may have been chatting or playing Deltarune, or maybe Reverse 1999, mayhaps? Maybe. Also, Shermates, thank you for rotating for the raiders, very kind. I made a joke before I rated about brown VTubers. I'm brown. See, I was waiting for jokes like that to be made, but it was more so about color palette than anything else today. You're sorted into the purple folder, Mara. Your outfit is more purple than anything else. We karaoke'd. Oh, see, I was saying that thing lies to me. It does not tell me the truth of what was done most recently. How is your karaoke? What'd you sing? Did you have a favorite song? Fellas of Mars, did you have a favorite song? Is maybe also what I'm asking. Mara's favorite song to sing may not be the same as your favorite one to witness being performed, also. But I hope you had a good time. Please rest your voice afterwards and make sure that you eat and drink and snark me if you need to. I'm Orpal. Yes, you are. You are Orpal. You're also a demon, right? I think you might be in my demon folder also, because I tend to put people in every folder they're applicable to, you know? Yeah. Yeah. I sang like 13 songs. Oh, lordy. Make sure you drink some like hot tea or something, or do something to take care of your throat after that, please. Yeah, drink hella throat coat. That's good. That's good. That's good. Favorites being main character by Will Woody. Nice. Loved Sabotage by Lofe. Sing so good. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, Demon Princess. Okay, yeah, I do have you downloaded. When we get to another purple day, you'll probably be in that mix. I don't know if we've had enough for purple in a minute. Perhaps. Unclear. But I hope you had a good karaoke. I did fail to do all of my crits before 6 p.m. so I could pay out my prediction already. But to explain what we're up to, we're wrapping up our last design critique. We are critiquing this fellow whose design is paleontology based. They're a paleontologist. So we were trying to make suggestions to flesh that out a little bit more. We were trying to add some more fossil-like elements, more bone-like elements, imprints of plants, maybe. Honestly, I might even just do more of that for the socks or something. Yeah. Would mine be in red or black then? Nephra, I don't know what your design is off the top of my head right now, but honestly, it could be in both. It happens. It happens. It'll be in both if you have 50-50 of both. Love from Bottle, Has Been Hotel. Oh, covered a Has Been Hotel song too. I see. What was I trying to figure out? Oh, something that I feel like might make sense for this design is if the clothing feels a little bit more rugged. Like, if it felt like you were wearing a shirt that, like, was cropped by you, that would make sense for a field worker. Let me tell you one thing. Shrew Mom is a biologist and is a field biologist. She's a microbiologist. And whenever she is out in the field, she has a tendency to, like, she dresses pretty professionally and wears, like, LL Bean and Columbia and, like, North Face types of things. But most of her coworkers are out there in, like, their shirts they've cut the sleeves off of and things like that. And that might add, like, a nice, like, rugged element to the design, maybe? Because I feel like this shirt is, like, kind of oddly crisp right now. So, like, if we could see that, like, you maybe tore this yourself, you might feel a little bit more like an adventurer this way. Could make it a tied-up crop top. Yeah! Like, you were wearing a t-shirt. This is a t-shirt originally, that you then modified to be, like, your t-shirt for wearing out into the field. Yes. Yeah, exactly. You get me? What? Huh? Cute, jacket super cool. Thinking of Diego from JoJo. Oh! I see what you mean. Is it these things? I feel like those things feel kind of JoJo-esque. But yeah, make this a little bit more rugged. That adds a little bit of texture, variety, and interest. Almost like the sleeves that were originally on this would have been that dark blue, but are no longer because they've now been removed. And then yeah, if the shirt was maybe like tied up on one side, so that way we can see that it's been converted to a belly shirt, maybe because you are doing your paleontology under the hot, hot sun, and therefore are suffering a little bit for it. That could be an interesting thing. And then that adds a little bit of asymmetry to your silhouette, or not your silhouette, but just to like the design in general, because you are mostly symmetrical. Bam. Like, we don't want you to feel too asymmetrical. We don't want you to feel like you're too chaotic, maybe. But this feels realistic and like it's something that might be expected for somebody who's working in the field, you know? And then there's like the little bit where it's tied, you know? You could draw this better than what I'm doing right now, in all likelihood. But that feels like a shirt. And then maybe the print would be pulled a little bit across the chest. Yeah. A cut-off sleeve shirt would often fray the sleeves while washing. Yes! Scorch marks from battling Australian spiders. I don't know if Australian spiders have anything to do with paleontology. Surprised we haven't added digging tools yet. Digging tools could be nice. I'm not actually sure where I want to put them right now. Oh, you know what would be cute for the socks, though? I wonder if you could get, like, a dinosaur, like, foot pattern where, like, it's like they're walking up the leg, you know? So then there's a little bit of pattern work here. We're doing more imprints, more of the elements of the dinosaurs that have been left behind. Small picks and brushes. Yes, that would be what we would add, but I don't know where right now. I may have to stare at this for just a moment longer after I add footprints on here. And then these may also feel similar enough to leaves that they still feel sort of like naturalistic related. Australia has a lot of ancient rocks exposed, so it makes sense they'd work there. Fair. Oh, wait, rocks! Wait, if you don't go for this, rocks, especially sedimentary rocks, which are the type of rock that a lot of the dinosaur bits are found in, can settle into having banding patterns in them, where some layers have like darker colored things and lighter colored things. And one of the things that is specific that shows us when the extinction event occurred is that you can see a thin line of ash usually in rocks. Yeah, the strata? I used to know this. I took advanced geosciences as a high schooler, as if that wasn't a decade ago, or actually more. Oh. Anyways, that could be an interesting thing to work in here too. So like maybe you have some like dark, like wobbly line bits in here of like varying widths or something, and maybe they have like slightly varying colors to them also. Let me make this multiply and then make it not quite so dark. But then that could just be like an interesting reference to rocks, because this being like a darker color over a lighter color already feels similar. And maybe there's another place you could put this instead of putting it in the sock, but just an idea. And then we're adding pattern, which is a nice thing. It adds texture, you know? Yeah. What was that? If I were designing this, I'd probably go more non-human, like Gorkawa when one leg would be a bone and stuff like that, to make it look like they are the fossils as well. That could be interesting. We did look at another fella earlier today in stream that was a dinosaur and just had straight up dinosaur legs. Brown is really the color for bones. It's interesting how consistent some of the concepts have been through this. You're either an artist related to dinosaurs or related to bones. Those are the only trends. But rock references, and I don't mean rock as in music, but maybe also music. That could be funny. But anyways, yeah. Reference the rocks in that somewhere, some way, somehow. Only one design that didn't have bones. Two designs didn't have bones. Our two artists didn't have bones. The two artists were a little bit more cozy in their aesthetics. Yeah. So that's still 4 out of 6, so crazy. Some shales and claystones could too. Yeah, shale might be a good thing to reference. That's the stone I'm most used to seeing fossils in from my history. But that could be good. Maybe a little bit of dustiness happening on the sort of like leg coverings here. I don't have a good textured brush on hand for making this look like dust, but make it dust. Don't make it like gloopy. Make it dust. I'm just filling this area with something that's darker, kind of randomly, so I can visualize from a distance how that might work. So we can tell that you're not afraid to get your hands dirty. We could probably do the same for like your gloves. Whoops. Although actually, putting brown bits on hands can be dubious depending on how you go about it. And putting it on with the texture I'm using right now would probably look strange. Maybe. Hi, I have a question, but I don't know if it's taboo in VTubing industry. I'm not an artist. I respect artists, but I don't have the outright amazing skills they possess. Taboo in the VTuber industry. I mean, you can ask the question. If I don't like it, I will let you know. I don't know what could possibly be taboo about art in the VTubing industry, though. So, I mean, go ahead. Make it a light colored dust. That's true. If it's lighter than the glove, it probably won't read as being so icky. So, like, if it's like, whoa, that's really light right now. Hang on. I just want it to be like this. I could find a textured brush, but I don't think it's worth me searching for 5 minutes to find something gravelly, because I tend to not use that type of brush shape. Just to make them a little bit muddy. You know, VTubers love having those, like, not chatelaine, is that the word? Things where they hang stuff off their belt, but maybe it would make sense if you had some sort of, like, maybe this would be funny, but you could have, like, you know the leg holsters people use for, like, knives and guns? You could have a leg holster that is holding your equipment. If you are somebody who is a fan of belts, as it seems like you might be. Like, you could have this thing connecting into a belt here. Ooh, I'd have to figure out clarity against the inside of that. But you could have some sort of thingamabob here that's holding your little, like, brushes and your little chisels and your picks or something on the side of your leg. I don't mind having funny little belts all over the place, as long as they serve a purpose. If it's something that's holding your field tools in place, and then, like, maybe it has, like, some sort of, oops, like, thing where it's, like, buttoned over around these to hold them down in or something. I don't know. Could be interesting. Could be a nice way of carrying things. Maybe I need to make this lower than it's currently sitting, but yeah. I was making a vision board for what I like my VTuber design to be, but I just wanted to see it fully put together. Is it bad that I put it into AI to get a visual second part? Yes. There's a second part coming. The answer is already yes. It's not bad. Well, yeah, hang on, never mind. Run that back for a second. You are welcome to ask questions, and I don't want you to feel bad for having asked questions, but I will tell you that AI is extremely frowned upon in the VTubing community, and myself as an artist, that's just not a good thing to be doing, I would say. You are better off giving somebody just your references you got from the mood board than putting that into an AI. Don't put it in an AI. Do not waste the water. Do not waste the computing resources to do that. It is something that will not be taken kindly, and there are a lot of artists who will not work with you solely on the basis of you having done that. There are other ways you can probably get the idea across to them clearly enough. I would highly suggest trying to maybe collage elements together, which I know Pinterest has the ability to do. You can make sort of a collage using one of their features. I think it might actually even be called collage. I don't know what it's called, but it'll cut the background out of things for you. But yeah, even drawing stick figures go a long way for making references. So I would like to encourage you to not do that. Don't stick it in there. You are much better off trying to photo bash or trying to just give them the mood board you have. Yeah, in VTubing, AI is associated, yes, mostly with the far right, unfortunately. Or maybe fortunately, if that's who you are. But just be careful. I don't want you to shoot yourself in the foot right out the gate. If VTubing is something you want to get into, because at large, it is widely unpopular. Yeah, they are called collages. In Pinterest, there's just a whole thing called collages. And you can just take bits and pieces of your pins and it'll cut the background out for you in a sort of smart manner. And you can just lay them out in a way that shows you what you want to go where and things like that if you want that to be more concrete. But yeah, even a mood board is more than I'm often offered for character design. I character design from listed descriptions more often than not. So just the fact that you have a mood board, that's probably plenty. Yeah. Anyways, we've gone over already. I have to keep going with the design and finish my thoughts on it. I'm trying to think of what else I may suggest. I think your color palette contains too many colors that only appear once right now, would be a color critique. You have a green here. This is kind of green. You have pink, but it's only like up here around your head. This blue occurs here and then around your head. This purple only appears once. The yellow only appears once on your chest. I think you could make your color palette more concise. I might just suggest getting rid of the pink and just go for green and go for an analogous palette, because green is sort of an outdoorsy color already. And then if you want to have something down here that's a color, maybe it could be that yellow coming back. Or maybe it's this darker blue coming back. So then we're getting a little bit more of that blue in the lower body. Just so that the color palette is a little bit more concise. Your rat friend doesn't have to follow this, because they are their own entire creature. That's fine. But sometimes a design feels like it is more thoroughly fleshed out if it has less colors, because more colors ask for even more colors, and unless you're going for a more maximalistic style, that doesn't always work out. Obviously wouldn't use AI to make the model itself, would hire an artist commission. Also made a vision board for concept. Really appreciate it, honestly, or the honesty, won't do it again. Got you, you're good. I appreciate you asking. That is showing good faith in these types of things. Not familiar with rules or AI in general, wasn't sure if it's bad or not. Nor am I political, respect the stance on it, was ignorance, not intentional disrespect. You're good, don't worry about it. I appreciate you asking. And I hope that we were able to save you maybe a little bit of trouble down the line that may have occurred. I don't want that for you. Yeah, you're good. But yeah, pare down your color palette, maybe a little bit here. I think that there could be something about this that needs a little bit of editing. This feels like it's just a little bit too tight as design elements, but that's more about graphic design. And like, this could probably be a little bit more fleshed out too for reading your name. And then, you know, I feel like a lot of designs for shirts wouldn't just have one of these. There'd be like, oh, here's a littler one, and here's like a littler one or something. But I feel like you could develop the shirt maybe just a little bit further. There we go. Maybe the text would be made out of the flower petals also. Yeah, the flower does feel a little bit over-rendered compared to everything else. But I imagine that's probably just because this is like a work in progress. It's the only thing that has all that much shading happening in it right now. There we go. A little bit less detailed. Still reads as a flower down there. And maybe if dandelions are a flower you like, and maybe, here's a question, are dandelions an ancient flower? Because I have an ancient plant suggestion. If you would like an ancient plant that might relate and could be useful as a design motif. I present to you the ginkgo. I love ginkgos. They're so cool. They are like, what, one of the oldest plants there are? They have such a specific shape to them too, with their nice big like crescent arc. And that could be a good repeating motif in any design. But if dandelions are something that's also ancient, that could work. Dandelions are an ancient plant that evolved approximately 30 million years ago. So then maybe you have your dandelion as like a pattern on here, or maybe you have like a dandelion in your hat or something. But I think that could be a nice repeating motif that also successfully aligns you with being outdoor related. I think we need a little more nature in here in general. Not ancient compared to dinosaurs, yes, but still ancient in general, and still something that might be interesting. I imagine there's a reason why there is a dandelion on the shirt here. You know? Spears is one of the oldest ferns. Yeah, that's why we were putting a fern pattern here. But like, if you're trying to put plants in something, maybe a fern would be an even better one if we're just gonna straight up just put plants in the design somewhere. This is how I like drawing ferns. They just get a really funky shape to them. Then this adds something to your silhouette. It adds a more outdoorsy feeling to the design. Maybe we get like little bits where this is chomped out. Maybe it's like browning around the edges because it's old. Thinking about paleontology being referential to things that are older. Yeah. But I think we just need a couple more details throughout the design to make it very distinct. Because again, you are a VTuber. We draw you once, and then you be hee silly on screen forever with that one drawing, maybe. Hopefully. And if people are going to draw fan art of you, they can just say, well, I'm not drawing that pattern. We're not going to do that. It's not that overwhelming. Well, I'm not going to draw that tattoo. I'm not going to draw the stripes in that thing. Let them remove a couple of elements, because you're not that overwhelming. You're not that overwhelming in detail. We just need a couple more little details. Perhaps. you know? So, let me do a grade, only 20 minutes over. In my defense, we had a lot of raids today. Also, I don't know if I said thank you to the followers from the raid earlier. I tried to lock back in maybe too quick. Mr. Cooper Black, GUHG, and Chilo, thank you guys for following, I appreciate it. We did yap a lot. I did get off topic a good bit. I didn't think it was 20 minutes off topic, and I started kind of early on time. You know? Anyways, color palette. I don't think you need the pink, and I think you need to be careful about some of your values being too similar. Where, like, the jacket is being too similar to the belts in a way that almost makes it look like your stomach is divided into 4 sections. Or you had a handkerchief around your neck that was just too similar in color to the shirt itself. Your gloves were too similar in color to your jacket. Just make sure you have a better, or not better, but like clearer distinction between values and hues in the design. For silhouette, I think your hat is doing something nice for silhouette already, but it could be pushed to do more. And your jacket's not bad for silhouette. It's got some nice movement to it, but it does eat a lot of your silhouette up. So find other places where you can add to the silhouette to make up for it. Add some more things on your hat if you want your hat to be the big iconic moment for the design that you want it to be. I think it has the makings of that, but you could push it further. Add something more with the way that you're wearing the handkerchief around your neck. Maybe your socks need to be bigger and chunkier at the bottom for silhouette reasons. Just to exaggerate them a little bit more. Maybe if you are somebody who is constantly running around in the brush, maybe your jacket even has like a little bit of damage to it. Where we don't have to go crazy with it, but it could just be that, you know, it's maybe a little bit threadbare, or, you know, it's just got like a couple little bits taken out of it. Don't go crazy if you don't want to, but just like a little bit sometimes can go a really long way in storytelling about a design. Now we can tell that you've been working hard outside for a long time and you don't mind roughing it, where before it was a little bit more pristine, you know? So bear that in mind for silhouette. So for silhouette, I think I'm gonna put you here. You were also very symmetrical outside of like maybe one patch being moved. So we pushed your asymmetry a little bit by, you know, making your shirt tied on one side, making the tie for your bandana on one side, adding things to your hat that aren't perfectly symmetrical, adding something to your leg that isn't so symmetrical. Even though some of them aren't touching the outer silhouette of the design, they make you feel a little bit less stiff, which is good. For complexity versus clarity, we just need a couple more details that are specific. As far as the construction of the shirt goes, I think that is the biggest area that needs it a little bit, more than anything else, although a little bit of pattern on your socks would be nice. Focal point. You know what? I don't know if I solved this one, actually. I don't know if I solved this one. So, for me, the focal point of the design prior to my edits was your shirt, because it is the biggest, most saturated area of the design. It's the biggest flat area of color. I don't think the Shroommates would disagree with me on this one. And I don't think I solved that effectively. I think your hat before had more variety in the colors it was using, which was helping. And I wonder if I just need to make the lenses of your glasses, hang on, for your goggles. Let's see. Let's do a little bit of editing here. Maybe this becomes this blue, and then this brighter blue is what the lens is instead of being that like purple color it was. And then the highlight would have to be probably like a slightly more like greenish yellow, like in the Department of Lime. And then, you know, you do have blue eyes, but maybe you get just like a little bit of like lime highlight in your eye also. And then I think that is bringing me now to your head much more effectively. I'm definitely on your head because of these elements up here, more so than your face, but we're in the right department. We're in the right zone. You know, we're getting there. Every animal shrunk. The Ice Age was 10,000 years ago. And yes, everything did get smaller. There were some really crazy giant snakes and sloths and stuff, and bugs. It's because oxygen was more abundant, so they could get bigger because they could fill their lungs effectively. And now we can't. I wonder if we'll get smaller because of the larger amount of carbon dioxide still. Although I know humans are accidentally selectively breeding themselves to have taller males and shorter females, which I imagine has some very unfortunate implications for the shorter females who have to create them, unfortunately. Good luck up there. Can't impact me. Anyways, I'm already short. Thanks, C-sections. True. Not a conversation I normally want to have here. Anyways, focal point. Don't know if it's fully working, but we can make it work. We can make it work. Concept and motif, finally. I think you had some good hints, but we can add more hints. We can add more hints. Give me rocks, give me bones, give me impressions of plants, give me the plants themselves even, maybe. I think you're dressed properly for a paleontologist, but we just need a couple more hints, just a couple more things, so that way we can tell that you aren't just an outdoor researcher. I feel like right now you look more like a naturalist or like a biologist botanist than anything else, but I don't know if that's really the end of the world, because what is a paleontologist if not a biologist or botanist, but for the past in some capacity? So like I feel like we're in the right department still, right? Right? Yeah. So concept and motifs, push a little more. I want some elements that relate to that. So what do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5 out of 10. You've got a good foundation, and honestly I don't even think it's taking that many things to flesh the design out all the way. I hope that we're able to give you some feedback that was helpful. I think I kind of answered your questions. I think the hat needs a little more developing to be a truly unique accessory, but I think it's already something I haven't seen in VTubing, so it's got the right makings. Today's stream was fun, got to read a lot of new facts online. Yeah, I love that we end up just like learning random things through these critiques all the time. It's just like any day, it's like, well, here we learn about dinosaurs, here we learn about dogs. Now we're going to learn about, we learned about ancient Korean hats the one day in some capacity. We were learning terms for armor. There's a lot to learn in character design. You kind of have to know everything to be a character designer. Or at least fake it till you make it, or be really comfy using the Google. And I'll tell you, I'm very comfy using the Google, and I know a couple things. I know a few. I know a variety of things. Yeah. But we had a round of applause. I don't know if I clapped, but thank you, Paleo, for submitting your design for critique. And thank you, Shoemates, as always, for your suggestions. I appreciate it. I don't know if I actually read as many things from chat today as usual. I was kind of locked in drawing. Maybe today wasn't an art day for me, but today was a designing day for me. My brain had options and solutions and things like that at the ready. And I don't always feel that way. Maybe I'm feeling refreshed because I took more rest. Crazy how that works. Crazy how resting makes you better at things. My mouse is giving me notifications. I don't want to try smart actions, thanks. I appreciate it. I'm good. I will drink, thank you. I will also go eat, and I also went over by a whole half an hour. We had some raids, I yapped, I had a lot of stuff to say. It's to be expected. I'm proud of the prediction. YouTube chat said, YouTube chat had a lot of faith in me. YouTube chat, you really thought I'd do it? You really thought I'd be able to get through 6 before 6 p.m. Crazy. Yee-naw. Yee-naw. Twitch is just going to redistribute most of your cash money spores back to whoever put it in, because I think most of it was to the same people. Whoa! 9.4k spores are being distributed. That's a lot. That's some streamy redistribution of wealth happening there. Crazy. Every time I see a character with brown colors, I do immediately think about adventurers, explorers, people who work close to dirt. You know what? Makes sense. We do associate like safari and things with that too, because we're trying to, oh, excuse me, hiccup, just disguise ourselves in the natural environment. Let me just show you my bingo really quick. I don't think I had any of the other things. I could have given myself 2 more blocks, but they wouldn't have given me a bingo, so it wasn't worth having. So I did get double bingo. I got fantasy footwear, dark sclera, wing motif. I forgot the ladder. I did say bear with me. There were no shoes in the first design. Concepts were visible. There were some monochromatic palettes, and the ladders were pretty much all dangerous. Hell yeah. And that's just how the bingo goes. If we had a chibi, I'd have a 3-way bingo. Sometimes you're nowhere near, sometimes you get like 3. It's anyone's guess how it goes, including mine. I don't always win. But next Mix Week, maybe we'll guess how many bingos I get, whether that be 0, 1, or 2, maybe. I feel like 3 is pushing it, but I'll put 3 in there as an option just so that I can pay it out if that somehow happens, because I think it's happened before. I don't remember. Maybe. Anyways, that'll about do it for me for today. Thank you guys for your help and feedback, as always. I appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to seeing y'all on Wednesday to redesign an Uma Musume. And I'm going to now go and eat my dinner and play Uma Musume. Because I'm still addicted to that game. And I go through periods where I'm more and less addicted, but I'm more addicted to it right now than usual. So, wahoo! W stream, thanks! YouTube streammates, I can't send you anywhere, but I appreciate you being here. Thank you for hanging out. I'll see you perhaps on Wednesday. Wish me luck at work tomorrow. Bye-bye. Stream you later.